Welcome back to our channel. So from today's session I'm going to discuss about the two concepts, that is HTML and JavaScript. So in today's session let us have a look on introduction to the HTML. That means why this HTML and where this HTML is required. So what's the importance and all these things. So in nowadays our daily life is related to the websites, right? So if you want to eat a tasty food in the home, first thing we will do is we will search in a Google. So we will find a number of web pages, and among them we will see the procedure to do the recipe. And if you want to purchase a product, again we will go to the shopping websites. So everything is related to websites. Even though if you want to watch a movie, again we will use a website to book the tickets. So in order to create these websites, the basic need or the basic requirement is HTML. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So here I have mentioned it as a language. Don't think it as a programming language, right? It's a markup language. So this is used to create web pages, right? Definitely after this session, after this course, this HTML and JavaScripting, I promise that you can create a simple website on your own, right? So this is for creating a web page. Then where we will use this hypertext markup languages, and this is used to create user interfaces. User interface means if you open a website, so we can see the color, background, the text font, the text size, the paragraphs, the alignments, and everything. Simply we can say it as a look and feel. Look and feel, the first impression, right? So that can be achieved by using hypertext markup language, right? That we call it as a user interface. Next, so what is the requirement for this? So what is the software we need to implement this HTML? So there is no explicit software required to implement this HTML. We need, so these are the requirements. See, requirements to implement this HTML. The first one is editor. It's a text editor. So we can use a notepad also, right? We can use a notepad because it is a text editor. Any text editor we can use to create HTML web page. Second, web browser. I think all of you are familiar with this web browser. Internet Explorer, Google Chrome, Netscape Navigator, Mozilla Firefox, Opera. So all these are the web browsers available. So we can use any one of the web browser. So the requirements to implement this HTML or creating these web pages is only the editor and the web browser. So editor is used to write the HTML tags, and web browser is used to implement the HTML code. Next, process to execute. First one, we have to write the code in text editor. Write HTML code in text editor of your choice, anything. Second, save the file with extension .html or .htm. So if you save the particular file using .html or .htm, that implies that is a web page. That's not a file, it's a web page. Third one, open the file in web browser. Simple thing, only three steps in order to implement any HTML web page. So first we have to write the HTML code in text editor. Second, we have to save the file with the extension .html or .htm. Right? So for every file there will be an extension. So whatever the file we are saving in the computer, it will be having one extension. So for the C programming files, the extension is .c. For Python programming files, the extension is .py. The document files, the extension is .doc. Text files, the extension is .txt. Multimedia files, that means songs, the extension may be .mp3 or .mp4. And the video files, the extension will be .mp4 or .vob. So like that, every file in our system will be having an extension. So by seeing that extension, we can know that what type of data is available in that particular file. Similarly here, if any file is having the extension .html or .html, that implies is a web page. So it will be opened in web browser. So first of all, we have to install this web browser, right? So I think in every system you can find this web browser, either Internet Explorer or the Google Chrome, anything, any web browser, right? So this is the process, and these are the requirements, and this is the applications where we will use this hypertext markup language. Now, what will be there in this HTML? So in this HTML, the code is written as HTML elements, right? So HTML elements, we call them as HTML tags. So by using these tags, we will write the code, right? So a tag is represented in between the less than symbol and the greater than symbol. This is very important. So every HTML tag is represented in between less than symbol and the greater than symbol. These two delimiters. And every tag will be having start tag, end tag. Start tag is represented as less than, greater than. End tag is represented as less than, backslash, greater than. Right? See, I will write here tag name, backslash, tag name. So every text, any text will be implemented by using these tags in our HTML. Right? So the main tag for every document in our web page is HTML. So we can start by using HTML tag, and we can end by using /HTML. So this is the starting tag, this is the end tag. So the text will be implemented by using these HTML tags. Basic tags. So as we said in the previous session, every tag will be having the start tag and end tag, right? So start tag and end tag. So here also our basic tags includes the start tag and end tag. So first, the very first thing is how to write a comment in HTML. Writing the comment. So we know in C language, whatever the text written in between these symbols will be considered as a comment. So the compiler doesn't execute the content in between these two symbols. Similarly, here also there is a comment tag, right? So where the browser will not execute that particular statements. So in this comment, in this HTML, the comment is represented as exclamatory mark, hyphen, hyphen, write the comment, hyphen, hyphen, and close the tag. Right? So this is the comment, this is the structure to write the comment in HTML. So whatever the comment we are going to write, we should return in between these two symbols. So less than, exclamatory mark, hyphens, write the comment, and hyphens, close the tag. That means greater than symbol. Right. Next, let us see the basic tags. The very first thing is every HTML page will start with the HTML tag. The first one is HTML tag. So the starting tag is HTML, the end tag is /HTML, right? So this is the start tag, this is the end tag. So every web page will be starting with HTML tag. So whatever the content we are going to write, that must be in between these two. See. So with the help of text editor, we will write the tags. So HTML, write down the content. After writing the content, close the HTML tag. So whatever the text we are going to write, that must be written in between these two tags. Right? Next. The second one. Head tag. Here we can write HEAD, the starting tag, the ending tag, /HEAD. And we will write the scripting. The client side scripting, both the client side scripting and the server side scripting. Everything will be written in between this head tag, right? So what is the use of scripting? This can be done for dynamic web pages, to create dynamic web pages. So time to time the data will be changed, right? So dynamic web pages. So we will see elaborately about these dynamic web pages and the static web pages in the next sessions, right? So just note down that head, what is the purpose of head? In between this head tag, we will write the scripting. So scripting means client server. So both, there are two types of scriptings, client side scripting and server side scripting. So both the scriptings will be written in between the head tag. So the main purpose of writing the scripting is to create the dynamic web pages. Right. Next, title tag. For this title, and the tag is /title, right? So where we use this title tag? So this title tag is also a sub tag of head. That must be, this title tag should be written in between the head. So this must be written in head tag, right? So what is the purpose of writing this title? So whatever the content we are writing in between this title, that will be printed as a title, that will be displayed as a title. See, let it be. So if you open the web browser, so we can see this one, right? So web browser. So whatever the text we are writing here, that will be treated as a title. So here the title is this one. This is called the title bar. Title bar. So whatever the content we are writing here, that will be printed here. So if you write hello, that will be printed in this place, hello. If you write here welcome, here the welcome will be displayed in the title bar. So this is the web browser. Opening the when you open this web browser, in the title bar, the title will be placed, and this title should be written in between the head tag. Next, body tag. See, body tag is the actual content to be displayed. That means whatever the text we are writing in between this body tag, that will be displayed on the web browser. See. So we know that. So if it is a web browser, so this is the title bar and this is the body. So whatever the text we are writing in between this body, that will be displayed in this portion, right? So all these three tags should be written in between the HTML tag, because this implies the document contains the HTML, right? So these are the four basic tags we are supposed to write in every web page creation, right? So first of all, HTML tag, head, title and the body. See, let us see an example. So take one text editor. So take the text editor and write on the code, source code. So I am writing the source code HTML. In the HTML, I am writing head. In that head, I am writing title, welcome to HTML. I am closing the title, right? Starting tag, ending tag. I am closing the head. Now I am starting the body. Hello friends. Welcome. Close the body and close the HTML. So this is a simple example, right? So this is a simple example, the first program, right? So HTML, in between the HTML we are writing everything. So in between the head we are writing the title. So in between the body we are writing the text to be displayed on the web browser, web page. See, what is the output of this one? Let us see here. let it be, this is a web page. So here we are writing the title, welcome to HTML, that will be displayed here, welcome to HTML, right? Next, here we are writing this in the body, so it will be displayed here, hello friends, welcome. This will be displayed here. So hope you understood this one, right? So these are the basic tags to be remembered while writing the web page. So in the head we will write the scripting, and scripting is used to create the dynamic web pages. So let us stop here. So in the next session we will see some more tags to be written in between this body, right? So hope you understood this session. So in this session, let us learn a few formatting tags. So first of all, let us know about this formatting. So what is meant by formatting? So we know the text, a normal text, we call this as font. So different styles applied on this font or different tags applied on this font, we call it as a formatting tags. So that means whatever the tags in this session we are seeing, those tags will be applied on text. Applied on text. So the first one is headings. So in our HTML there are predefined 6 headings. So according to the size wise, so those tags are from H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. So this one is a large, this one is a small. So it is in a descending order, and the tags are H1 slash H1. So as we know, as we have seen in the previous session, this is the starting tag and this is the ending tag. So whatever the tag we are writing in between the less than and greater than symbol, that is a starting tag, and in between the less than slash tag and greater than, it is a closing tag. So in the closing tag we have to use this backslash, right? So H1 to H6 tags are from H1 to H6, large to small. So just I will write down all the tags and then we will see the implementation. That means we will apply and we will create the web pages, and then we will see the importance of all these tags. So second one, font. Font means font tag. There is a font tag. This implies, this is having 3 attributes, the major attributes. So attributes shows the additional features, right? It gives the additional information. Additional information. So for the font tag, there are 3 additional informations. First one is face. Face means style, font style. Size, so we can mention the size apart from these 6. Color of that particular font. So whatever the color we need, that should be written in font attribute. So now question is, where to write all these attributes? So in the starting tag we have to include all these attributes. That means open font face is equal to double quotes times New Roman. So this is a style, comma, space, size is equal to some 20, space, double quotes, color is equal to red. Right? Now write so I have written this text. I am here. I am closing the font tag. Right? So whatever the information we are writing in between this font tag, so that particular text will be having the Times New Roman style, the size of the text will be 20 and the color of the text will be red, as we have mentioned here. So attributes for every tag should be written in the starting tag itself. So every tag will be having their own attributes. So attributes should be written in the starting tag. Right? So these are the three attributes, the major attributes, right? So there are different attributes. The major attributes for the font is font face means style, size and color. Here the color is indicated in three colors: red, green, blue. So red is from 00 to FF. Here also 00 to FF, hexadecimal format. So color is indicated in hexadecimal format. So in order to use a color, we can write the hexadecimal red value, green value, blue value. So 00, 00, 00. As it is a hexadecimal, we have to include hash symbol. So this implies the color is white, because all are zeros. That's nothing but a white. So if it is, color is equal to hash FF, FF, FF. So red is FF, blue is FF, green is FF. So this indicates black color. So the combination of all these three colors, red, green, blue, will give the different colors, different shades. Right? So instead of writing red, here we can mention this as FF 0000. Right? Because all the remaining are zeros, only red is FF. So it will give red color. So instead of writing the name, we can write the hexadecimal format for the colors. So these are the major attributes in font. Now let us see the third one. So we will see the implementation of these tags later. Now just I will explain you each and every tag, the formatting tags. So headings we have seen, and then font we have seen. Now bold. So in our Word there is a bold option, right? So the text will be in a dark color, right? So this is whatever the text written in between these two, starting tag and ending tag, all the text will be in a bold. Italic, I/I. Here also whatever the text we have written in between these two, starting tag and ending tag, all will be tilted in some slant position. Underline. So whatever the text we have written in between these two, that text will be having underline. Quotation, Q. In order to include the quotations. Whatever the text in between this Q, that will be having the quotations. See, example, Q, hi, Q. So this will result hi, U, hi, U. This will return underline. I, U, sorry, slash I, this will give some slanting position. Bold, high, bold, it will give see. Next, break row, that is BR. So here it doesn't require any tag. If you write this BR, the text will be, I mean the next whatever the text we are writing followed by BR will be printed in the displayed in the next line. That means new line characters, simply like our new line character in C language. See, hi, BR, welcome. This implies hi, welcome. So BR means break row. That means the whatever the text we are writing followed by this BR tag, that will be displayed in the next line. Strike, and ending tag is strike. So whatever the text we are writing in between these two strike tags, that will be strike off. See, strike high, so like this. So whatever the text we are writing in between the strike, that will be strike off. Strong. So here the strong is almost equal to the bold, right? Strong. Here also we have to write the starting and ending tags. The text will be in dark. Strong characters. Small. So this small tag, whatever the text we are writing in between these small tags, that will be the font size will be less when compared to the remaining font size. Okay? See, I will show you an example. So it will be also having the starting tag and ending tag. See, hi, small, welcome, small. See, hi, small, welcome, small. So we have written welcome in between the small tag. Now the output will be hi, welcome. So the normal font size is this one, and whatever the text we are writing in between the small tag will be reduced, right? So bold, italic, underline, quotation, break row, strike, strong, small. Next, hope you understood all these tags, formatting tags. delete. So delete tag is also similar to our strike tag. del. So whatever the text we are writing in between this one, del, that will be in a strike tag. Hello, that will be strike tag. Delete. Next, abbreviation. So whatever the text we are writing here, we will write in a short form, and whenever the mouse pointer moves to that particular text, the tooltip will be displayed with a complete description. See. ABR and /ABBR. So here we are having one attribute, that is title. So whatever the information we have to display on the tooltip, that will be written in under this title. See. ABBR title is equal to water H2O ABBR /ABBR abbreviation. So on the screen we can find only H2O. Whenever the pointer points to H2O, then a small tooltip will be displayed here, displaying water. So it is called a tooltip. Okay. So I will show you in the screen. Right? So this is a one attribute. Next. Data bidirectional override. Data bidirectional override. That means displaying the data from left to right or right to left. DBO. So it is also having one attribute, that is DIR. So DIR specifies whether the information or the data should be presented from the left to right or right to left. That means a mirrored image. See. So as I said that all the attributes should be written in the starting tag itself. DIR is equal to LTR high /DBO. This implies LTR. So this is having two values, LTR, RTL. LTR means left to right. So the text will be displayed from left to right. That's a normal reading. So the output for this one is HI. Here RTL means right to left. The text will be displayed from right to left. So if you write here DBO, DIR is equal to RTL HI, close the DBO. So the output of this one is HI. So the text will be displayed from the right to left. This will be the output. Hope you understood. So this is the DIR is one of the attribute for DBO tag. So DIR will be having two values, LTR and RTL, right to left and left to right. Hope you understood this one. Delete abbreviation and DBO, data bidirectional override. Next, two more tags are there. Let us see that, and then we will move on to the implementation. Subscript. So we know that what is the meaning of subscript. So if you want to write a formula as H2O, so here 2 is a subscript, right? So in order to represent the text in this format, we have to write the 2 in between subtag. So this should be written as H subtag 2 / sub O. So this gives an output H subscript 2 O normal. That's the importance of subscript. Next, superscript. Superscript x square. So here 2 must be written above the x. For this we have to use SUP. SUP. So this must be written as x SUP 2 / SUP. So this will give x square. That's the superscript, right? So hope you understood all these tags, simple tags. So these tags are applied on font. So that's why we call these tags as formatting tags, right? Hope you understood this one. So now let us see the implementation on the computer.
Now let us see the implementation part of all these formatting tags. So in order to implement this HTML, so we required some text editor as well as a web browser. So here we are having the web browsers Google Chrome or Internet Explorer, and open the notepad, write down so HTML tags. So the code which we are writing must be in between the HTML tag. So start tag and end tag. And next, in the HTML tag we are writing header. In the header, title, formatting tags. So close the title, close the head, and whatever we are writing, that must be in body tag. Right. So first we have seen the font, the headings, right? So here whatever the text we are writing, that will be displayed on the screen. See, I will write one text. Welcome to Sundeep Saradhi. So I am saving this file. Formatting .html. So we have to save the file using .html or .htm. So I have saved it. Now let us open in the browser. See, we can see this formatting.html. If you open this formatting.html, you can observe the text which we have written, that is for welcome to Sundeep Saradhi. It will be displayed on the screen. And here in the title we have written formatting tags. See, in the title bar we can see this formatting tags text. See here in the title we are seeing formatting tags. Here the text which we are writing in the body tag. Now let us see one by one. First one we have seen the headings. The headings are predefined tags. There are 6 headings from H1 to H6. So let us apply each and by everything. H1. So for every tag we have to open and we have to close. That means every tag should have start tag and end tag. Let us change this one, H2, heading 1, heading 2. So there are 6 predefined heading tags. So in a descending order. So we will see the difference. So what is H1, what is H2, what is H3, H4, H5 and H6. Right. The same text we are applying different heading tags. So from H1 to H6. So save this file and let us refresh this one so that we can see the difference. So as I said that starting from the highest one, it will be in a decreasing order. So H1 will be having the highest size and gradually decreases till H6. Right. So you can observe this one. So this is the first line is having the highest font, gradually decreased. So that is the importance of heading tag. Now let us remove all these things and we will see the font tag. So font means we have seen the major 3 attributes which gives the additional information. So here I am giving the starting tag and ending tag for font. Now 3 attributes. One is face, font face is equal to sometimes New Roman space size is equal to some 20, color is equal to blue, right? So the same, all these information will be applied for the text which we are writing in between this starting and ending tag of font. So here just we are writing the only one line, that is welcome to Sundeep Saradhi. So that particular text will be having a style of Times New Roman and a size of 20 and a color of blue. See, let us apply, let us refresh. So you can see this, the text is blue, the size is 20 and the style is Times New Roman. And if you write any other information, see, I am writing this an educational YouTube channel for self-learning outside the font tag. So whatever the attributes we are writing in the font, that will not be applied for this text. Right? Welcome to Sundeep Saradhi is in a blue color and an educational YouTube channel for self-learning is in a normal font. Right? The font size here we have mentioned as 20 and here it's by default it will be some 12 or 10. Hope you understood this font. So like this, for every tag there will be an attributes. So attributes gives some additional information. So here actually the color is in hexadecimal. We need not mention the name. We can give the hexadecimal format F00. That means red, blue, green, red. Red is the value for red will be from 00 to FF. The value of blue is from 00 to FF and the green is from 00 to FF. So we have to mention the combination of red, green and blue. So first one is red. So we are giving here FF, that means red, and all the remaining is 00. So the red color has been. Let us take one more thing. Let us change the middle one. See, green. So because the red tag is 0 and the blue tag is 0, only the green tag is FF. Now 00 and finally FF. Now it will be blue color because only the blue will be in FF. So we can give a combination of all these. We will get a different colors. So the 1 and 2 will be for red, 3 and 4 will be for green, 5 and 6 will be blue. We will get some other color. Right. So this is the font tag. Now what about the bold? Bold. See, if you apply this bold here, so whatever the text we are writing in between the bold tag, that will be in dark color, right? See, welcome to Sundeep Saradhi. In the absence of this bold, you can see the strongness of this text. Welcome to Sundeep Saradhi. So whenever you have written this bold, automatically the text will be strong. Next, italic. I will apply the italic for this text. I, and here I will mention I. See, the text will be in italic format. An educational YouTube channel for self-learning is in italic one. Now I will apply the underline for only the Sundeep Saradhi. Underline tag U. So whatever the text we are writing in between this U will be getting underlined. Right? Just in the text, welcome to Sundeep Saradhi, we are just applying the underline tag for only Sundeep Saradhi. So here Sundeep Saradhi is getting underlined. Next, quotations. Let us apply the quotations Q, and here also we are applying Q. So now the quotations will be there. Hope you understood this one. Quotations. For quotations we have to apply Q. Next, BR tag. BR tag means break row. So here we are writing welcome to Sundeep Saradhi in one line and an educational YouTube channel for self-learning in another line. So even though while displaying we are getting everything in a single line. So if you want to break this line, we have to apply the BR tag. So I am writing here BR. That means welcome to Sundeep Saradhi BR, an educational YouTube channel for self-learning. So there will be one break. So you can observe an educational YouTube channel for self-learning is given in second line, displayed in second line because we are applying BR tag, break row. So let us apply the font here H4. Right. Let us apply H1. H1. Right? An educational YouTube channel for self-learning. Next, strike. Strike. Let us see the strike. Strike the text. So I am writing one more text, that is strike. So you can observe. So again, if we are not applying the BR tag, so it will be continued at the end of the previous line. That is an educational YouTube channel for self-learning, and the continuation strike the text. Now I will write the BR tag so that the text will be displayed in the next line. So if you observe here, the strike the text, a horizontal line has been displayed on the text. That means a strike. Next, strong. Let us apply here strong. Just it is like our bold tag. Strong. Right? Somewhat bold will be applied here. Next, small. If I want to resize this one, we can write here small. So there will be some deviation from the previous text. See, I am applying small tag for YouTube channel. So the YouTube channel will be, the size of YouTube channel will be very less when compared to the remaining text. Hope you understood this one. Right? Here only applying for the YouTube channel. So let us, if I want to apply the font here, see, font color is equal to some maroon, so we can apply font anywhere. So see, right, an educational YouTube channel for self-learning. So here a YouTube channel is of small text and a maroon color. Hope you understood this one. Next, superscript and subscript. So if you want to display H2O, see, H2, again I will give the BR tag so that in the next line it will be displayed. H2O. See, if you observe here, H2O will be displayed here itself. Font size is equal to, or we can apply H1. At H2O. But here I want 2 as a subscript. Now I have to apply the subscript for 2, SUB. So whatever the text displayed in between the sub will be subscripted. Let's see, H2O, subscript, right? Next, let us see the superscript. So if you want to display the x square, so if I want to display the x square, the 2 must be superscript, SUP. So I have to apply superscript for this 2, x square, H2O x square. That's the example for subscript and superscript. Hope you understood this one. And if you want to give an abbreviation, ABBR, title is equal to self-learning here we can write SL / ABBR. So we will get only SL. So just apply the H1 so that the text font will be large, so that it will be easy for you. See, SL. So whenever the pointer points here, there will be a tooltip giving self-learning. So here you can observe self-learning. So whenever the pointer moves to this SL, the tooltip will be appeared. Right? Hope you understood this formatting tags which we have seen in the session.
So basically this list consists of 2 tags. One is unordered list and ordered list. So what is the difference between this unordered list and ordered list? So coming to this unordered list, the data will be like this. That means, so the symbols, instead of using the numbers, we will use symbols. So for example, star, CSC, let us display the branches, okay? Star, ECE, star, triple E. So we are listing the data by using some symbols. So here we use symbols. So in our HTML, what are the symbols? So we can have a circle, a disc, or a square, or a none. None means nothing will be displayed. Circle will be a round circle will be displayed. Disc means round, solid round, and a square will be solid square. Right? So these are the symbols we use in order to implement this unordered list. Coming to this ordered list, the numbering will be given. So we use numbers, alphabets, etc. Numbers, alphabets, etc. So that means here we use either 1 or capital a small a, Roman character, Roman number, and a small I. So let it be 1, 2, 3, etc. Capital A, capital B, capital C, etc. A, B, C, etc. Roman numbers 1, 2, 3, etc. Small I. So in this way also we can represent the data. So if we represent the data by using these types, that we call it as an ordered list. That means we are giving either numbering or alphabets. So if we are implementing the data, or we are implementing the data by using these kind of symbols, then we call it as an unordered list. Now, what are the syntax for creating this unordered list and ordered list? So we will have a tag called UL. UL stands for unordered list, and here we have to implement an attribute called style is equal to list hyphen style hyphen type colon, and you can write either circle, disc, square, or none. If you write a circle, then all the content will be displayed by using circle. So this is the tag, and to write this content we call it as LI tag. We will use LI tag. LI tag is for list item. So whatever the data we are writing, that should be written in between this LI tag. So how many lines we have to print in this unordered list, that many LIs should be written. So LI CSC, close the LI tag. If you want to include one more line or one more data, one more list, LI. So here I am writing 3 branches, and after writing the list items, close the unordered list. So /UL. So this is a small syntax for creating unordered list. So here this circle can be disc, square, or none, anything. Right? So coming to this ordered list, same, the syntax is same, but here we will use ordered list syntax, that is OL. OL stands for ordered list. Ordered list followed by attribute type is equal to capital A. You have to enclose in quotations. Again the same thing, list item. In order to list the item, you have to write LI tag. So list all these branches in between the LI tag. LI triple E. And close the ordered list /OL. So this is a small code for creating the ordered list. So it's very simple. For unordered list, the tag is UL, and for ordered list, the tag will be OL. And here, the common thing in both this ordered and unordered list is the list item. So whatever the data we are representing in form of list, we have to write in LI tag, in between the LI tag, list item. So UL stands for unordered list. OL stands for ordered list. LI stands for list item. Right? So again, we can use the formatting tags in between this LI. So you can use the font tag, bold, italic, underline, strike, strong, superscript, subscript. So whatever the tags we have seen in the previous session, those tags can be applied on this font. That means in between this LI tag. Right? So hope you understood this simple concept, and now we will see the implementation on computer.
Hello friends, we have seen the ordered list and unordered list just now. So we will see the implementation part of ordered list and unordered list. So in order to implement these HTML tags, we required one web browser and the text editor. So here I am using the notepad as a text editor to write the HTML tags. Now let us implement this ordered and unordered list. So all the HTML tags should be written in between this HTML starting tag and ending tag. So in the heading, let us write the title lists, and close the head. Now open the body, and in between the body tags we have to write the ordered list and unordered list. So let us write the font H1. First let us implement unordered list. Unordered list H1. So for this we have seen the tag for unordered list is UL. Next we have to use a style attribute, style list hyphen style hyphen type colon. Here we can give circle or disk or square or none. So we will see one by one, and all the items should be written in between the li tag. So let us take the branches li, write the next one li means list item, and after writing these branches close the unordered list. So save the file ulist.html, or we can write a list.html. Now open the list.html. So here we can see the list in unordered, that means without any numbering. So here we have given the style type as a circle, so circle, so CSE, circle, CSE, circle, ECE, circle, triple E. See. Now let us implement the font tag. Font size is equal to some 15, and let us close here the font, refresh. CSE, ECE and triple E. Now let us change this circle as square. If you refresh, the numbering, the bullets are squares. Next, if you write here disk, so we will get a disk, so that means a solid circle. And if you write none, nothing will be displayed, only the text will be displayed here, CSE, ECE and triple E. So this is called an unordered list. So hope you understood this one. Next, we will go with ordered list. So just I will copy everything. So let us write an ordered list here. Just 15. So for ordered list, it is OL, and the attribute is not a style, it will be type. Type is equal to, in the quotations we can write a capital A. Ordered list, close the ordered list. So save this one. Right. See, ordered list A, B, C. So let us decrease the font so that see, A, CSC, B, ECE, C, triple E. Right. So if you replace A with 1, we will get 1, 2, 3. If you replace here with a small a, we will get small a, small b, small c. And if you replace with a Roman I, the Roman numbers will be here 1, 2, 3. And if you replace with small I, the numbering will be like this 1, 2, 3. Right. So here, in order to print the unordered list, the tag is UL. So whatever the items we are writing, that must be written in between the LI tag, list item tag. And for implementing the ordered list, the tag is OL, and the same should be followed. That means we have to write all the list items in between LI tag. And there in the unordered list, the attribute is style, and there we can write none, square, disk, or circle. In ordered list, we can write the type as small a, capital A, numerical, and everything. Roman numbers and a small I, like this. We can write different types of ordered list. So hope you understood this ordered list and unordered list.
That means tags which are used to insert a table, right? So we know that a table consists of the number of rows and number of columns. So this we call as rows, and this we call as columns, right? So for each and every row and column we have to use a data. Okay, so this is one data, this is another data, this is a one more data, and like this all these are the data. So for this we are having a table tag. So we know that in HTML a tag means the text which is enclosed in between the less than and greater than symbol, that we call it as a tag. So here we will use a table tag, starting tag and the ending tag. So tag ends with a backslash, right? In between this table tag we have to insert the data. So in order to represent this data, we have to write the row and corresponding column. So for the row, there is a tag called TR. TR means table row. TR means a table row. Right? Inside the row, we have to write the columns. Right? So inside this row, there is a column in which we are inserting the data. So the column must be inserted by using TD tag. TD, that means a table data. Table data. So inside that row, again use the TD, some data, close the TD. That means the first column. So this represents the first column. And if you want to insert the second column, again use the second column in the same TR tag. So unless you write the backslash TR, this row will not be exited, right? So here data 2. So this is data 1, data 2 backslash TD. This is the second column. Coming to this, again, if you write the TD, there will be a third column, data 3/TD. And now close the TR. This implies this row consists of 3 columns. Row consists of 3 columns. And if you write the same thing, if you want to insert the data in the next row, again repeat the same process. TR, TD, data 4, similarly data 5, similarly data 6, and close the TR. So this code represents 2 rows with 3 columns in each. And close the table tag. So this implies, so the output for this one is data 1, data 2, data 3, data 4, data 5, data 6. So the output of this code will be this one. Right? Now, initially there will be no border for this table. We will get a just without any border, the data will be displayed here. So no border will be inserted, right? See, no border. Only the data will be represented in this format. So if you want to insert the border, if you want to get the border, we have to write the border attribute in the table. As we know that attribute means it gives some special additional information for the existing tag. So here table is a tag to insert the table, and in order to get the border we have to add the attribute border, and we have to mention the size of the border which we want to display. So here, so attribute, in this tag attribute we are writing the attribute. So table space border is equal to 2, the size is 2. So then we will get the border with the size 2. This one will be appeared. This is about the table. And then if you want to get the caption for this table, for every table there will be a caption. So if you want to get the caption, there is another tag to add the caption, that is caption. So this tag should be included inside the table. Just above the TR we have to insert this caption. Caption sample table, close the caption, and now open the TR tag. So if you write this caption inside the table, this caption will be displayed at the center of the table. Above the table, center alignment, it will display here. Sample table. Right? So it will display in this way. And if you want to merge 2 columns, so if you want to merge these 2 columns, right? These 2 columns, that means just you want to merge these 2 columns, and just we want to write data 4 and here data 5. So in this way, that means we are merging 2 columns each other. So that we call it as a span, COLSPAN. COLSPAN is equal to number of columns which we want to merge. So here we are merging 2 columns. So COLSPAN is equal to 2. We have to write a COLSPAN is equal to 2. So first row, data 1, data 2, data 3. So there is no change. Coming to the next one, TR, data, we had 4, and here also in the second row also it must be merged. So we can erase the third one, and here inside the first two write an attribute COLSPAN is equal to data 4 data. So obviously two cells will be merged, two columns will be merged, and the next one will be displayed on the third column. Hope you understood this one. Right? So here the first row, first column, second column, third column. So the data is written like this. Coming to the second row, we want to merge first two columns. So first two table data will be merged. That means that those two cells should be merged by using the attribute COLSPAN. So data 5 is displayed on the third one. Okay, so this one gives the output of this one. Now if you want to merge these two columns, so here data 4, here data 5. So first row is as usual. Coming to the second row, the first column is as usual. So remove the table span here, column span, data 4. Coming to the second and third columns, spanning should be done. That means merging TD COLSPAN is equal to 2 data 5, close the TD. This gives automatically the second and third columns will be merged. Hope you understood this one. Similarly, if you want to merge two rows, we have to use a ROWSPAN. So ROWSPAN attributes also will match the number of rows. So if you keep here 2, the 2 rows will be merged. If you keep here 3 rows will be merged. See, let us see that one. So we will have the same data 5, data 6. So similarly here also we can write the code, so should not disturb that one. Data 6. See, if you want to merge two rows, so that means these two columns. These two columns and insert data 1. Then see, first row, in the first row, two columns, two rows have been merged, right? Two rows have been merged. So here write TD ROWSPAN is equal to 2 data 1, close the TD tag, right? So the row has been spanned. Now remove the first one, because in the second row also the row has been, the first data has been merged. So remove the first one so that we will get the same. This is the output. So ROWSPAN 2, that means the first row, the first column of the first row and the second column of the first row will be merged, right? So for that we are writing ROWSPAN. So ROWSPAN will merge rows, column span will merge columns, right? So if our table requires 6 rows, we have to write this code 6 times. And if you want to, if our table consists of 6 columns, this TD must be, in between this TR tag we have to write 6 table data. And first row, in the table first row, let it be, it's a header, right? We can replace this first row table data as TH. TH stands for table head. So that will be somewhat bold. The bold will be applied. So table head. TH is nothing but a table head. So this table head should be inserted in the first row itself, because the first row data will be the heading, and from the second row the actual data will be displayed. So first row the table data must be replaced with table head. So you can also write the table data, but if you write this table head, the first row data will be having bold character, right? So hope you understood this table tags. Now let us see this table tags on the system by implementing this table.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen the table tag, so for creation of a table. Now let us see the implementation. So we know that all the tags should be enclosed in between the starting and ending HTML tag, and inside the HTML tag we have to write all the content inside the body tag, right? Now in order to insert the table, we are having the table tag, right? So now let us see which table we want to create. See, let us see, by using the row span, let us create this table, and by using the column span, let us create this table. Before that, let us see a few. So without any spanning, just we will see that. So first TR for insertion of a row, for insertion of a data we have to use in TD. Enclose in between starting and ending tags. Again, TR. So close this TR. Again, just we can copy this one. So we will edit the data, section A, section B, sorry, section A. Let us take one more row. So here we can write a section B and a section B. So for all the branches we are writing section A and section B. Just to save that. I am saving with the table.html. So close the table tag, and we will see in the browser. So table.html. So if you open this table.html, we can observe, see, 3 columns and 3 rows. Here there is no border. So in order to apply the border, we have to use a attribute border inside the table tag. So border is equal to 2. It gives the border, see, right? So if you increase the table size, border size, the border will be increased. If you put this 5, now let us see, just refresh this one. So the border will be 5, right? Here we have generated a table with 3 rows and 2 columns. So 3 TR tags, and inside the TR tag we are writing 2 table data, right? See, now if you want to keep the caption just above the table, we can use the caption tag inside the table tag. So caption sample table, right? Save this and open the browser, refresh, so that you can get the caption over there. So the caption will always be center aligned to that particular table. So here we are not mentioning any alignments in the text, but if you use this caption tag, automatically the text whatever displayed inside the caption, that will be aligned in the center for the table, right? Next, Now let us see an example for row span and column span. First, let us see for the row span. So in this row, how many rows are there without span? So 1, 2, 3, 4 rows are there. Among those 4 rows, first two rows are merged and the second two rows are merged. See, here let us take the first row. Inside the first row, inside the first TD, let us apply the row span is equal to how many rows? 2 rows. What is the thing? UG. So write the UG. Next, what is the second column? It's a BTEC. BTEC, right? So here we are having only two columns. Two columns. This is one column, this is second column. Next, go to the second row. Go to the second row. Inside the second row is merged with the first row. So you need not write the first TD. So only the second TD, write that. And inside the second TD, write BTEC. Sorry. So BCom. Already BTEC has been written, BCom. Next, the third row. So here again the third and fourth are merged. So in the third row, just write the row span is equal to 2, and what is the data? PG. PG. So what is the next one? MTech. What is the next data? That is MTech. Next, after completion of this row, again the fourth row must be included, and inside the fourth row, the first column, the fourth row, we are merging two rows. So next one, MCOM. Right? This one. Now, let us apply the caption row span. So I have saved the data with the same file name. Now let us check here. So you can observe here UG, the first two columns have been merged, and first two rows has been merged, and the corresponding columns are having BTech and BCom, and the third and fourth rows are being merged, and the corresponding columns are MTech and MCom. Right? Hope you understood this one. So row span, every row will be having data, right? So here 4 rows and 2 columns. So in the 4 rows, first 2 rows are merged. So I am writing in the first row itself row span, right? And in the next one, I am just writing the table data BTech, and then the next row, second row, the first column is not there because it is merged, and the second one BCom. Right? Hope you understood this one. Next, let us see the column span. Let us see the column span. So we will create according this one. So here how many rows and how many columns? 2 rows and 4 columns. So 2 rows and 4 columns. So we have to write only 2 rows. Here we have to write only 2 rows. So we need not write all these things. Just we can. So this is one row and this is another row. So let us change the caption column span. COLSPAN. So TD, in the first row, the first column is UG. So let us take column span is equal to 2 UG. So first 2 columns has been merged, and the next 2 rows, 2 columns, the third column and fourth column is also merged. So again write COLSPAN is equal to PG, right? So hope you understood. 2 rows and 4 columns. Among that, in the first row itself, we are having only 2 columns. That means first and second columns are being merged, and the third and fourth columns has been merged. So I am writing column span 2 and a column span 2. In the second one, in the second row, we have to insert how many rows? I mean, how many columns? 4 columns. That means 4 TDs, right? So inside the first one, what is that? BTEC. Inside the second one, that means second column data, that is a BCom. And the third one, it is MTech related to the PG. And the fourth one, that is MCom. That is the fourth one. So let us save this one with the same file name and we will observe the change. See, we can observe that first 2 columns has been merged in the first row and the third and fourth columns of the first row has been merged. So here there is no alignment, so it is automatically by default it will be the left alignment. So if you specify here as a center, align is also one attribute. Align is equal to center. So apply the same for both, so you can see the change. So just I am applying the alignments. So if you observe here, the alignments will be done. So UG and PG has been moved to the center alignment. Similarly, caption goes to the column span. Right? It's a simple thing. So just remember the rows and columns. TR represents the row, TD represents the column. According to the requirement, we have to apply the row span or column span. Right. Hope you understood this is a table tags. So in the table tag, we have seen the border attribute, the caption tag, TR tag, TD tag, and inside the TD tag, we have seen the row spans, column spans, and the alignment attributes.
So image tag. So as the name itself indicates, so this tag is used to display the image on the browser. So for this tag is IMG. So this is the tag. So to display the image on the screen. So for this, we had a number of attributes. So as we said that attribute is some additional information, right? So now let us see the attributes of this image tag. So the attributes of image tag, first one is, in order to display the image on the screen, first we have to provide the location itself, right? So that means we have to use source. So this is the source where the image exists. From that source, the image will be displayed on the browser. Next, alternate. ALT, that means alternate. Alternate means if in any case or in any situation, if it is difficult to display the image on the browser, it will display this alternate text. So that means here we have to write the text. So if there is any problem to display the image on the screen, then this alternate text will be displayed in the place of image. So for that we have to use this alt. ALT, alternate text. Next, width. So this specifies, this specifies the width of the image to be displayed on the screen. So this must be in pixels. In pixels, right? Next, similarly height. Used to set the size of the image we want to display on the screen. This is also in pixels. Next, align. Alignment, whether we want to align it on right side or left side. So left or right. And this will not work in HTML5. So this align tag, align attribute will not work in HTML5. Only in the HTML lower versions we can use this align tag. So whether we want to display the image on the left side or the right side. Now let us see an example. So image src is equal to, src is the source where the file exists, quotations, let it be d slash some hello.jpg, let it be hello.jpg is a file name. Next, alternate is equal to hello. Next, width is equal to 300. Similarly, height is equal to 300. Align is equal to right. Right. So this is an example, the code to write or to display the image on the screen. So source, this finds the image at the particular source, and alternate, so it will set the alternate name if it is difficult to display the image, and width and height, this specifies the width and height we want to display on the screen, and this align is nothing but an alignment of that particular image. So we will see all these things in the laptop, right? Next, so this is all about the image tag. Now let us move on to the next one more tag, that is anchor tag. Anchor tag. So the anchor tag is displayed by using a small a or a capital A, right? So it is for anchor tag. So this is used to set the hyperlinks for the existing text. So if we want to click one text and we want to redirect to the another web page, then we will use this anchor tag, right? Redirection from present web page to one more web page, another web page. So hyperlinks, right? So this is mainly used for hyperlinks. So what are the attributes for this anchor tag? Attributes, right? First one, H reference. H reference. H reference means hyperlink reference. That means the target web page to be displayed, right? So this is the hyperlink reference. Simply the target web page to be displayed, right? Next, title. So whatever the text we are writing on the title, that will be displayed on as a tooltip, right? So this is the starting tag and this is the ending tag for the hyperlink. So in between these two we have to write the text, and for the text the hyperlink will be set. So title, whenever the cursor moves on to this hyperlink, automatically a tooltip will be displayed. That will be this title. So for tooltip, so this we will see while executing this. Next, H reference, title, and finally targets. So where the target web page should be displayed. So don't get confused. H reference means which page should be displayed. Target means where to be displayed. That means in the same page or the new page. I mean in the same window or the new window, right? So target, by default it will be in the current window itself. So no new window will be opened. In the current window only we will get the targeted web page. And here if you use new, then it will be displayed in the new window. So whatever the web page linked to this attribute, I mean to link it to the text, that targeted web page will be opened in the new window, or we can simply give the frame numbers. So this you will understand whenever I explain about this frames concept, right? We can give this frame number. So simply our window can be divided into different frames, right? Different frames. So if you provide a hyperlink here, and if you want to display whatever the information you want to display on the screen, that should be displayed in this frame, we have to give the target as this frame number. So each and everything will be having a frame number. So in this target, where the target page should be displayed, that must be given as a frame number. So whatever the frame number we are giving, the targeted web page will be displayed on the particular frame number, right? New frame number or underscore present or parent. Underscore parent. Parent means in the same window itself it will be displayed, right? So this is about the anchor tag. So see example, a h reference is equal to, we can write the web page name or URL. So here we have to use a URL, web page location or URL. youtube.com, close. YouTube. So this is a sample code to implement the hyperlink. So whenever you move this cursor here, the link will be appeared, and if you click this one, this YouTube page will be displayed. And if you mention here target is equal to new, automatically in the new window that YouTube will be displayed, opened, right? So we will see while implementing these tags in the system, right? Now let us move on to the third tag. It's also a simple thing. Third one, is a MARQUEE tag. So MARQUEE tag is used to display the text. I mean it is used to scroll the text from left to right or right to left, right, or top to bottom or bottom to top. So simply we can say it as an animated text, right, moving text. So we can, so the tag is simply MARQUEE, and if you use this MARQUEE, the text will be moved, moving text. This is for moving text. So what are the attributes here? What are the attributes here? The first one is behavior. So it can be scroll or it can be alternate, right? So as we know, if it is a window, scroll, if you use scroll, the text will be moved this side, right? And again it will start from here, it will start from here, it will start from here, right? So that is only unidirectional, right? So either it may be from left to right or right to left, but it is a unidirectional. So when we use this alternate, the text will be in bidirectional. So the text will be keep on moving until it reaches its boundary. Whenever it reaches its boundary, again it will start moving in the reverse side. Okay. So first it will move this side, afterwards this will move this way. So this is a unidirectional. This is this is a bidirectional. This is unidirectional. unidirectional. That means a single side. It will move on the single side. Next, BG color. So BG color means, BG means background. So whatever the text we are displaying, that means we are moving, that will be in a background color. So it is a background color. Right? So in this color, the text will be moving either in this side or in this side. Right? Next, height. So what is the height we want to display for the movement of the text? Right? It will be in terms of either percentage or in a pixel. Generally it will be displayed on a pixels, in the form of pixels. Right? So here the width, I mean the height of the text to be moved from either right to left or left to right. Next, loop. Loop means how many times that should be displayed. I mean that should be moved. The moving text should be done. So number of times the text should be moved either from right to left or left to right. So that we will display in the loop. If you mention loop is equal to 2, only 2 times it will be moved. If it is a scroll, 2 times the scrolling will be done. And if it is an alternate, this one direction, this is another direction, 2. It will be closed. It will be stopped. The text will not move after this loop. Right? So this loop attribute shows how many times the moving text should be done. Right? So these are the few attributes for MARQUEE tag. The syntax for implementing this one is simply we can use MARQUEE close the MARQUEE. Right? So we have to write the text what we have to move, that should be written in between the starting and ending tag of MARQUEE. So if you write this MARQUEE, the Sundeep will be moving only in the unidirectional. By default it will be scrolling. So this is by default. So if you are not mentioning any behavior, then the text will be in unidirectional. That means it will be keep on scrolling. The loop will be infinity. Infinite by default. By default it is infinite. So it doesn't stop. It will be continuously moving from either it may be unidirectional or bidirectional. By default it will be infinite. If you mention specifically this loop, then it will follow the loop attribute. So otherwise it will be in infinity. Right? So hope you understood these 3 tags. That is image tag, and then anchor tag, hyperlinks, and then MARQUEE tag. Now let us see the implementation of all these 3 tags in the screen.
Hello friends, so let us see the 3 tags which we have discussed just now: image tag, anchor tag, and MARQUEE tag. So first let us see the image tag. So as we know, so everything we have to write in between the HTML tags. So inside the HTML we can write the header tag. So inside the header we can write the title, so which is displayed on the title bar. So HTML tags, so this will be displayed on the title bar. And let us close the header tag. Now we have to write everything which we have to display on the screen, that should be written inside the body tag. So for the image tag, img is the tag, and we have to write the source. src is equal to, see here I am having logo.jpg file. So I am just linking to this logo.jpg, and we have seen this alternate, alt is equal to Sundeep Saradhi. So this will be displayed only when the image is not able to display on the screen, then only this text will be displayed. If the image is displayed, this text will be not displayed, right? Now let us fix the width is equal to 400 and height is equal to 400, that means 400 pixels, right? So let us save this one in the same position, in the same source, that means in the desktop HTML classes I am saving here image.html, save. So let us open this one. So you can observe here image.html. So if you open this image.html, the image will be displayed here, right? So this is the image logo. So let us see, I will show the logo image. See, this is the logo image, right? So this I am displaying on the web browser screen. If so, here both the HTML file and the image file both are in the same location, so I didn't mention any source, directly I have given the same name, right? So if it is in another location, let it be in D drive or E drive, we have to specify the complete location of this file, right? So E drive colon logo.jpg or in any other folder, that folder name should be displayed. That means complete location should be displayed here, right? Then alternate. So if there is any difficulty to display this image on the screen, this alternate will be displayed, right? So let it be just in a typing mistake. In order to type logo, I have just typed log.jpg. So where this file is not existed, right? So here in this location there is no file with a name log.jpg. So now the alternate, see, now the alternate name will be displayed, Sundeep Saradhi here, right? So instead of displaying the image, the alternate name will be displayed here, right? Width and height, see, if you are not mentioning the width and size, see, the original size will be displayed. So this is the original size of the logo.jpg. It's a very big size, right? So here I am restricting the size. Width is equal to some 500, height is equal to some 300. See, according to the width and height, that image will be displayed. Width and height, right? Hope you understood this one. And also alignment, right? That depends upon the HTML version. Align is equal to right. Let us see. See, the image is displayed on the right side. By default, it will be displayed on the left, and if you mention here right, the image will be displayed on the right side, right? Hope you understood this one. Right. Now let us move on to the next one, that is anchor tag. Anchor tag. So let us use this br. Br is used for break row lines. That means new. Simply we can say it as an enter, two enters, right? So let us see the anchor tag, which is implemented by using a h reference is equal to, we have to mention the URL here. See, here in the same location I had a number of files, HTML files. In that we will link this table.html. So h reference, capital letters, table.html. So if I click that particular text, this table.html should be displayed. See, table, close the anchor tag. So we will get the hyperlink for this text, whatever the text we are writing in between the starting and ending tags of anchor tag, that will be displayed, the link will be provided for that particular text. So let us implement this one. So refresh the page, we can get a table, right? See, you can observe here the link. So if you move the cursor to the text, a hand will be appearing, that we call it as a hyperlink. If you click this table, automatically the HTML table.html will be opened. So this is the table.html. In the previous session we have created this one, right? So let us see the attributes for this H reference. So if you mention title, see, hyperlink. So this title attribute is a tooltip. Tooltip means the text displayed whenever you move the cursor on the particular hyperlink. See, we can get the tooltip hyperlink, right? So you can observe the hyperlink tooltip. The text is displayed whenever you move the cursor to the particular text. Next, target. Target is equal to, see, so by default the target will be in the parent. That means if you click this table, the table.html will be displayed on the same window. So no new window has been created. In the same window itself, we are getting the table.html. That means the targeted web page. Now, if you mention in the source, target is equal to new, and if whenever you click this one, it will be displayed on the new window. See, you can observe here, two windows has been created, right? The parent window is not changing, and the target page is displayed on the new window. So new window is created here. So for this, we have to create a, we have to use a target page, target attribute. So hope you understood this anchor tag, right? Next, once again, click the BR. Now let us see the MARQUEE. MARQUEE followed by the text we have to write, and close the text. So as I said that by default it will be a unidirectional. So see, so unidirectional, the text is displaying from right to left, right? So you can observe here, whenever it reaches the border, automatically it will be again starting from the right. It doesn't come back. See, it will move, and whenever it finishes there, again it will start from the right side. So that is called a scroll, and it is a unidirectional. Behavior is equal to alternate. Then whenever it reaches the boundary, automatically it will bounce back towards the backwards, right? See, here the text is moving from right to left. Whenever it reaches here, again it will come back. That means bidirectional. The text will be moved in the bidirectional. So here we can use a formatting tags. Font size is equal to 20, color is equal to green, right? Again you can use a bold, see, bold font. So everything will be applied. Sundeep, Saradhi, Kanthety. It's a bold, and next the size also increased. Now let us see the height. Attribute height. So before that we will see the BG color. BG color is background color. BG color is an attribute for both the body tag and this one, right? BG color is equal to, let it be yellow, let us see this one. So whatever the text where it is displaying, that means moving, everything will be in yellow color, right? Yellow color line is mentioned here. And height, mention the height, in what height it should be displayed, some 100. So the 100 pixels, the height will be fixed to the 100 pixels, right? So this these are the attributes we can implement for the MARQUEE tag, right? So hope you understood these three tags. The first one is the image tag, in order to display the image on the screen. Next one is anchor tag, in order to create a hyperlinks, that means redirections. And then MARQUEE tag, in order to move the text from left to right or right to left on the screen. And you can also apply this BG color on the body tag also. BG color is equal to some red. Automatically complete window will be in yellow color, I mean red color. So whatever the color we are mentioning here, body, inside the body, that will be appeared in the window, right? So hope you understood all these three tags, right? General purpose attributes. So these are the attributes that can be written for each and every, almost every tag in the HTML. And these attributes can be used in JavaScript also. So while we are writing the JavaScript, so these attributes may be useful. So that's why let us see this simple concept, that is general purpose attributes. The first one is ID. For every tag there will be ID. So ID represents an unique identity. Okay, ID is an unique identity. So a unique identity for the element. So whatever the element we are using, this is the unique identity. Okay, and this can be applied for each and every tag. Okay, next one is class. So class is also used to represent the element uniquely, but it represents the element but doesn't unique, it's not a unique identity. So one class may have a multiple elements. Okay, so this is also to represent an element but not unique. Okay, so multiple elements can have a same class. So one class can have a multiple elements, but coming to ID, it is a unique identity for each and every element. So the same identity cannot be given to the multiple elements, right? So class, multiple elements can be can be grouped under one class name. Okay, so the usage of these ID, class and all these things will be explained in the further session, right? So whenever we are dealing with the JavaScripts or division tags, then you will know about these IDs and the class. Okay, and the third one is title. So title gives a tooltip for the given text. Okay, it will give the tooltip for a given data. Okay, for given data, tooltip means a small rectangular button, small rectangular shape will be appeared, and on that rectangular shape will get the text. Okay, so which we have given in this title. So whenever the pointer or the cursor moves on to that particular data, so a small tooltip will be appeared. So that can be visible in all the applications. So if you consider the MS Word, so if you just move the cursor to some particular field, so automatically that particular tooltip will be appeared, so for which we are supposed to use that particular field. So if you are using some margins, if you place the cursor in the margin field, so there you can observe the small rectangular box with the text will be displayed. Okay, it gives the functionality, so such that this title will give the tooltip for the given data. Okay, so whatever the thing we are written in this title, that will be displayed So at the bottom of the cursor, if the cursor is like this, okay, if the cursor is like this, okay, so here it's called a tooltip. Okay, here this is a called tooltip. So whenever if there is some called a channel, okay, so here we'll get the description about this channel. So we can write the description, a short description about this channel in the place of title so that it will be displayed. Or simply abbreviations. If you consider the abbreviations like www, so if you are supposed to write this www in your page, and whenever this cursor moves on to this position, so automatically a small tooltip, we can write the extension of the abbreviation of this one. So here, World Wide Web. So if you write this World Wide Web under the title attribute, we'll get the tooltip. Okay, we'll get the tooltip whenever the cursor moves to this particular data. So such that in such a way we can use this title attribute. Okay. Simply we can call it as a self-documentation. We can simply call it as a self-documentation. Okay, so you need not search for any other thing. So simply by writing the tooltip, anyone can know about that particular content. Okay, and the next one is a style. Style is nothing but our cascading style sheet. So in order to give the beautification on the data, so we'll go with this style. Okay, so style means applying CSS. CSS means cascading style sheets. Okay, cascading style sheets. So we can give a beautification among the data on the screen. So which the data is visible on the screen, for that data we can give some beautifications, right? So for that we will use this cascading style sheets. So by using this cascading style sheets, we can we have to apply the style attribute. Okay, we have to give the style attribute. Under the style attribute, we have to apply the styles. Okay, different styles. So generally we'll call it as a inline style sheets. Inline style sheet. Okay, so cascading style sheets are categorized into different ways. So in that this style attribute will be in inline style sheets. Okay, so in the next session I'm going to discuss about these cascading style sheets, and after that we'll move with the next, right? So we'll start the JavaScript sessions further, so that all these attributes will be useful in the JavaScript. Okay, you will be easily understand the content of JavaScript if you know about all these attributes. So these are called general purpose attributes. So because these attributes can be used for almost all the tags of HTML. So coming to this forms tag, so we are supposed to listen these type of forms in our regular life, like registration forms, right? Registration forms or login forms. Okay, login forms. So while filling up any type of application, so we are supposed to fill these type of registration forms. So in that we'll generally observe these type of symbols. Okay, if it is an online application, so these type of symbols will be considered, and circles and some square boxes and some large rectangles. Okay, and there might be some drop downs. Okay, some drop downs and some buttons, right? So these are normally called as text box. This is called a text box. Okay, this type of symbols we call it as a text box, and this type of symbols we call it as a radio buttons. Okay, radio buttons. And this type of symbols we call it as a checkboxes. Checkbox. Okay, and this is called as a text area. And this is select. Okay, select tab. Okay, and this one is nothing but a button. Okay, so all these comes under forms tag. Okay, so in the forms tag we are supposed to learn the text boxes
Similarly, the radio buttons, similarly the check boxes, text area, selection statements, selection tags, buttons, and etc. Right? So in today's session we'll cover the first 4 concepts, and in the further sessions we'll cover the remaining concepts. Right? First we'll check with these 4 categories. So what are the text boxes, when we have to use these text boxes, and the radio buttons, text area, and all these things. First I will give you the explanation, and then I will implement in the computer. Right? So we'll create a text box, radio buttons, check boxes, as well as the text areas in the system. Right? Coming to the text boxes, so there are 2 types of text boxes. So whatever it may be, the text box can be created with the help of input tag. So we have to write it as input type. Okay, so these are the inputs given by the client or given by the user. Okay, so input type is equal to, so this type may be text box, radio, or a checkbox. So if you are giving type as a text, then a text box will be created. A text box will be created. And there is one more attribute called a name. So we can give a name so that can be used in a scripting. That means the cascading style sheets, when you are applying the CSS, then those names will be used. So we can give any name. Okay, just like F name. Let us create F name. F name means a first name, right? So a name, and then value. So value means the default value which is displayed on the screen, the default value. So if this value is some enter name, so this will be displayed on the screen, right? So another one is size. So we can give the size of the text. Okay, here we can give the size of the text, and a max size. So how much it should be accepted, how much length it should be accepted, that should be given in the max size. So for example 20. So close the input, right? So input type is equal to text. Automatically a text box will be created. So then by applying all these attributes, some sort of formatting will be done on this text box. So like name is equal to F name, that can be used in a CSS. Value is equal to enter name. So by default that will be displayed here. Right? So by default value will be displayed. So all these are optionals. Okay, all these are optionals. Simply you can close the input here itself. But so by applying all these things we can get it. So maximum 20 means 20 characters can be inserted in this text box. So this is a normal text box, the syntax for the normal text box. So if you want to go with the hidden text, if you want to display the hidden text, okay, so that means we are supposed to see 2 different types of text boxes in the login page. That is, one is a username, so that can be visible to all the users, and the second text box is the password related text box, so that whatever the content entered by the user will not be visible to all the users, right? Some other symbols will be occupied in the place of characters, so no one can view know the actual characters, right? So such type of text boxes will be created in a different way. So like input type is equal to, instead of going with the text, go with the password, and rest of the thing is same, so just you can close this one, so that we'll get one more text box, and whatever the thing you are typing here, automatically will get the text in terms of stars, so that cannot be visible to all. So in order to give this one, the normal text must be displayed, and in order to get this password, you have to give the type is equal to password, right? So this is all about our text boxes, right? I will show you everything in the system, right? Don't worry. The next one is the radio buttons. Coming to the radio button. So coming to the radio button, so the representation of radio button is circle. Okay, so most probably coming to the gender. Okay, if you want to give the gender, the option for the gender, we are supposed to give this radio buttons. So you can observe here a circle, and after that circle will get male, and again circle will get some female. So the user have to select either male or a female, but not both. Okay, so that is a feature of the radio button. That is a feature of the radio button. So only one selection can be done. It cannot be done the multiple selections. Okay, if you select this male, automatically this will be disabled, and if you select this female, automatically this male will be disabled. So only one button will be selected. Only one button will be selected. So this type of things we call it as a radio buttons. Okay, so in order to create that one, again the same syntax, go to the input, type is equal to, go with the radio. So instead of giving the text, give the radio. Okay, and follow the name. So whatever the things we are giving the radio buttons, you just group all the things with the same name, so that it is possible to select only one selection, right? So if you are not giving any, if you are not grouping all these things with the same name, then we can select the multiple elements. Okay, multiple statements. So name is equal to some gender. Okay, name is equal to some gender, and there is a one more function called checked. So if you use this checked in particular radio button, that will be by default, that will be selected. By default, that will be selected. Okay, so in which text we are writing this, in which radio button we are writing this one, so that radio button will be by defaultly, it will be selected. See, I will tell you. So again, one more text box, radio button. I am creating some type is equal to some radio. Okay, and group the name. So if you are failed to group the name under same category, so automatically it will be having the multiple selections. It will enable the multiple selections. See, name is equal to gender. So if you write the same code, automatically this will be the by default. If you execute the page, this male will be selected by default, because we are using this checked property. And if you are not using this checked property here, we will get the radio buttons, none will be selected. No, not even a single statement will be selected, right? And if you pass this checked here, if you use the property checked here, so the checked is here, right? So you have to write the statement, right? Female and male. Okay, so automatically what we'll get? So under female we are writing the checked, so this will be selected here. This will be selected here, right? So this is how we can use the radio buttons. So radio buttons means selecting only one selection. So it will be accepting only one selection. And coming to the next one, so I will execute all these things, don't worry. The next one is checkbox. So checkbox means the multiple selections. So if you want to select multiple items, then we will go with this checkbox. Best example for this checkbox is hobbies. So while entering your hobbies, so one person can have a multiple hobbies, right? So in such cases we need to select a multiple hobbies. So there must be a multiple selections. So in such a way, so this will be like square. Okay, square, singing. Similarly square, playing. Similarly square, reading. Okay, and square, painting. Like this we can have a lot of hobbies. So one person can have a multiple selections, right? So one person can have a multiple hobbies like singing, playing, or playing and reading, or reading and painting, like this. So in such cases we have to go with the checkboxes. See, for checkbox, go with the same syntax, input type is equal to checkbox. Input type is equal to checkbox. Okay, and also we can give the name and value. It's an optional thing. So we can give the name, group the name, okay, group the name, hobbies, and also you can give the value or you can skip, no problem, it's an optional argument. And this is also, here also, there is an option called checked. Okay, there is an option called checked. So if it is checked, automatically the statement will be selected. Or you need not go with this one because this is a multiple selection. So we need not go with this checked options, checked attribute. So here you can observe, so singing. Okay, and again go with the same thing. Input type is equal to checkbox. Some name is equal to some hobbies. Group everything in under single name. Okay, group everything in a single name. And here you can write a playing. Similarly, reading, painting. Okay, so this is a simple code to create a checkbox. So input type is equal to checkbox. If input type is equal to text, a text box will be created. If input type is equal to password, a password text box will be created. If input type is equal to radio, radio buttons will be created. If input type is equal to checkbox, all these checkboxes will be created. Right? So this is how we can create the checkboxes. And the last one, we'll go with this one and we'll see the execution part in the system. So the next one is a text area. Text area. Text area. So this text area is the best example for giving the address, taking the address from the user, right? So in order to take the address from the user, we are supposed to write multiple lines, right? So far, coming to the text box, it is a single line input. Okay, it will take the single line input. But if you want to take a multiple line input, we have to go with the text area. So there is a separate tag called text area. Text area. Okay. And here I am saying that we can give the input in a multiple lines. Multiple lines means rows and columns. So here there are two attributes called rows. Rows is equal to some 5 rows. Okay, and calls. Calls means column. Okay, calls means column. Column is equal to some 20 columns. So it will create a text area. It will create a text area with 5 rows and 20 columns. Okay, with the 20 columns. So total 20 columns. So this will be created. So this is called a text area. So it will be having some 5 rows and 20 columns. 5 rows and 20 columns. So this type of box will be created. And after the completion of this one, just we have to close the text area. We have to close the text area. Right? So this is the starting tag, ending tag, opening tag, closing tag. Right? So text area, rows and columns are the two attributes for this text area, and we have to close the text area. So this is all about our a few form elements like text box, radio, checkbox, and text area. So in the coming sessions, we'll see a few more elements, and then we'll create one simple registration form. I will show you how to prepare or how to create a simple registration form. Right? So in the next session, we're going to see the buttons and the selection tabs. So before going to the next session, just we'll check the implementation part of all these things. We'll create the text boxes, we'll create the radio buttons, we'll create the checkbox, and we'll create the text area. So let us move on to the computer.
Yeah, hello friends. So just now we have seen the theoretical part of all the form elements like text box, radio button, checkbox, and text area. So now we will implement the form elements. So just open the notepad and write down the HTML tags. Okay, in between the HTML tag we have to write the forms, and inside the HTML also we have to write all these things in the body, right? So give the body. So inside the body tag we have to write the forms, right? So I'm creating the form, so I'm opening the form tag. And see, here I have to implement the text box. First we will go with the text box. In the text box we have seen two different types. One is for a normal text box and another one is for using the password, right? Typing the password. So first normal text box will give. So give the name for the text box. So I will give some first name or username. Okay, you can take the username as a this one, right? So username. And for implementing the text box, we have to go with the input type. Okay, input type. Input type is equal to If it is a text box, we have to type here text. Okay, give the name, because the name will be used in scripting itself, right? So while we are discussing about the JavaScript, so then the name will be used. So give some name here. Okay, just give username. Okay, then a value. So here there is a one more attribute called value, so which gives the default value. So username, right? And also we can give the maximum length. There is a one more parameter or this attribute called maximum length. So how much length it should be restricted, right? So maximum length is equal to some 7. Okay, maximum length is equal to 7. All right. So I'm closing this one. Just save this one with a name .html. So I will go with the form.html, and you can observe. So in the desktop you will find this form.html. So whenever you double click this form.html, automatically this text box will be appeared. So let us check this one. See, you got it. Username colon. So this is the text box. So where we can write the text. Okay. So here, if you observe, we have given some value is equal to username. So by default, the text will be displayed in the text box. If I am not giving anything in the value, okay, if I am not giving anything in the value attribute, so will not get anything here. Okay, so maximum length is equal to 7. So see, you can observe. So I am typing, but it was stopped at the number 7. So it will accept only the 7 characters. It will accept only the 7 characters. So we can restrict this one. We can restrict the number of characters or the size of the text we are displaying or we are typing in the text box, right? For that, we have to go with the max length, the attribute called max length. Okay, and also we can go with the size attribute. So in order to display this one, so size is equal to some 20. So you can observe here, if you press this one, so the size will be the 20 and the maximum length it will be 7. Okay, so like this we can implement this text box. And there is a one more way, another way of using this text box, that is using for typing the passwords. So see, here for getting the password type of text box, we have to go with the input type is equal to, instead of giving the text, we have to go with the password, and same attributes we can repeat, that can be repeated. So the name attribute can be used for the JavaScripting. Okay, and value also by default value, and a maximum length, on all these things are same. So we'll check whether it was implemented or not. So I am just refreshing it. So you got it, username and a password. So if you print here username, if you type here the username, so it will be displayed. Okay, the text will be displayed. So I will give the maximum as a 20. Okay, so that we can type the required text. See, I have executed, and in order to give the username, I can give the username, right? And coming to the password, when I type the password, you can observe that the data is not visible here. Okay, the data is not visible. So it was directly encrypted by using some symbol called dot. So whenever you are typing the data, it will not be displayed. So this happens only when you give the type as password. This is another way of creating a text box. So even though this is a text box, okay, this is also a text box, but the data will be hidden. The data will be hidden because the password should not be revealed to the public, right? So in order to create a form, you can use the normal text box for the usernames and all these things, and coming to the passwords, you can create a text box with a password, type password, right? So this is all about our text box. And coming to the radio buttons, see, so in the previous sessions we have seen the headers, different types of headers. So I have taken this header and I'm giving some heading as radio buttons. Okay, so we know that radio buttons means only single selection. Okay, there should not be a multiple selection, right? So if you are studying in general, the radio buttons, the best example for the radio buttons is the gender, right? So we can go with the gender. So just give the thing. So gender. Okay. So I will tell you H2 and close the heading, and coming to the gender, give the male colon. So in order to create the radio button, as we have discussed, the input type is equal to radio. Input type is equal to radio. Okay, it will directly normally creates the radio button. Okay, see, let us check. Input type is equal to radio. So just we are creating the radio buttons. Okay, I will show you. See, if you observe here, you can get it. See, gender, male, female. So if you give the tag BR, the break line, break row, it will be displayed in the second column. Okay, so you can observe here. See, the male and female. So if you select this one, so one should be selected. If the multiple selections should not be done in the radio buttons. But here you can observe. So if you press on the male, it will be selected, and if you press on a female, it will be selected. So this is a wrong thing, right? So we are not supposed to select the two radio buttons at a time. So at a time only one should be selected. Multiple selections should not be done. For this purpose, we have to group these things by giving a same name. Okay. So there is an attribute called name. So name is equal to gender. So give the same name for the name. That means group these two radio buttons under the same name. Right. So you can observe here. Now, see, if I select the male, it will be selected. If I select the female, automatically the male will be deselected. Right. So if you fail to write this name, if you fail to group this name, particularly in these radio buttons, so automatically the multiple selections will be accepted, which is not correct in the radio buttons. Okay, so radio buttons means selecting only one criteria. Okay, and if you want to be select by default, there is a one more attribute called checked. Okay, checked is equal to give the result as checked. Okay, so you can observe here. So if you refresh, automatically I have given this checked attribute. Okay, checked attribute is equal to checked for the male option. So if you refresh this one, by default the male is selected. By default the male will be selected. Okay, and if you use this checked in the female, you can observe, if you refresh, by default the female will be selected. Okay, so in order to get by default one radio button should be selected, you have to go with the attribute called check. Right. So this is about the radio buttons. Hope you got it. You got the radio buttons. You understood the radio buttons. Right. So we'll go with the checkboxes. The next one is the checkboxes. Checkbox. Okay. So coming to the checkbox, see, hobbies. So in order to give the hobbies, we can go with the checkboxes. That means it will accept the multiple selections. It will accept the multiple selections, right? So write down the hobbies. So first write down the create the checkbox. So in order to create the checkbox, the same syntax, input type is equal to here. So you have to go with checkbox. Okay, instead of giving the text radio, we have to give the checkbox. That's it. And similarly, we can give the name and a value. You can give the name and value. That can be used in JavaScripting, right? So here, hobbies I am writing here, some playing. Okay, playing. So I am giving BR so that it will break the row and it will display in the second line. Okay, so input type is equal to checkbox reading okay, reading, and input type is equal to checkbox, painting. Okay, so these are the select. So one person can have a multiple hobbies, so we can select a multiple elements, right? Here multiple hobbies, so that's why we are going to use this checkboxes. Type is equal to checkbox, singing. Okay, so let's just we'll stop here. So just save this one and you can execute this one. We'll get the hobbies, right? You can observe the checkbox will be in a rectangular shape and radio button will be in a circular shape. So if it is in a circular shape, so only one selection can be done. If it is in a circular, I mean square box, multiple selections can be done. So you can apply. See, my hobbies are playing, reading, singing. Okay, so multiple selections can be done, but here we can't do the multiple selections. You can observe any one can be selected. If you select the another, automatically the previous one will be deselected. Okay, so this is how we can use the checkboxes. All right, so I will also give here text box. Okay, text box. So these are the headers, right? So already we have studied these headers. Yeah, so I will give some BR so that it will be displayed in the next line. See, you can observe here. Okay, so we can give another BR so that it will be not overlapping. Now it's good. So text box, it's a login page. Radio buttons, the example is a gender, and a checkbox, the example will be the hobbies. And yeah, now we'll go with the another another element, that is a text area. Okay, so text area, that means, so in order to give the text in a multiple lines, we have to go with this text area. So for example, for this one, so if you want to type the address, okay, address of any person, so we can get this, sorry, address text area. So for that there is a tag called text area. So use the text area, and here we have to give the rows and columns. Okay, so rows, because we are supposed to give the multiple lines, so rows is equal to some 5 I will give, and columns is equal to some 15, right? So if I give this one, we'll get the text area. So you can observe here, see, this is the text area. Okay, so we have to close the text area tag, right? Text area, otherwise everything will be printed in that one. Okay, see, you can observe here. So if you give the address, it is text area, and if you give some 50, see, sorry, 50, we'll get the text area. So according to the given rows and columns, the text area will be created. Okay, so this is how we can create the text areas also. So coming to the forms, the first one, select. So select means, in order to select the multiple elements, that means if you want to give a complete list of the thing, a drop down list, simply we can say a drop down list, or if you want, you can display all the elements in a complete text area, right? So in such case, we'll get this select. So for a best example for this select control is, so selecting different courses, interested courses, right? So one person can have a multiple interested courses. So we can select a single course, or we can select a multiple courses, right? So if you want to display here like this, C, C++, Java, and a Python, right? So if you want to display all these things, then we can go with this select one. Okay, so there is a statement or a tag called a select, and here there is an attribute called size. So we can specify the size so that the number of elements it will be displayed. So by default, the size will be 0. by default the size will be 0, so automatically this will be selected, right? Here it will be C, and here there will be a scroll bar. Okay, here there will be a scroll bar. If you press this one, automatically we will get C++. If you press this one, automatically we will get Java, right? So that selection, so how many elements should be displayed here while displaying the select is the size attribute. So don't worry, I will execute the program so that it will be understood, right? So let us take some size is equal to 3. So here it will be some size 4, that means or 3, the 3 elements will be displayed here, and all the remaining elements will be in the background. So you have to use the scroll bar in order to get the remaining elements. Okay, you have to use the scroll bar in order to get the remaining elements. So in that we are having an option. So how to insert all these elements? So there is a tag called options. So option, give the option here. So what is the option you want? First we want to get a C, right? First we want to get a C, so option C, or simply we can go with the option some value. Okay, so there is an attribute like option name, option value, right? Or else simply you can go with option C and close the option. Okay, similarly option C++, close the option. Similarly option Java, close the option. Option Python, close the option, right? So like this we have to go with all the options, and finally we have to end the select. Okay, you just end the select. So this will create a select, it will create a select, and it will display the size of 3. It will display the size of 3, only 3 will be displayed, C++ in Java, and there will be a scroll bar, and in order to select a more number of things, you are supposed to scroll bar, right? You have to scroll down. If you scroll down, automatically the Python will be come upward. So in order to create this one, we have to go with the select tag. Okay, so this is one of the form element, right? So the next one is file upload. So I will execute this program and I will show you all the attributes and all the everything, each and every case while executing the program. Okay, need not worry, just I am giving the syntax and overview, right? So the second one is file upload. So in some of the website we are supposed to upload the signature and the photographs, right? So while submitting the application form, for a few jobs, so we are supposed to provide some certificates or some photographs, passport size photo or some signatures should be uploaded. In such cases, it will ask or prompt the user for uploading a file. So for that purpose, we will go with this file upload in the forms. So the syntax is similar. So input type is equal to file. So give the file, and similarly we can go with the name is equal to some. We can group this one. Okay, we can group this one, as well as there is another attribute called accept. So here we have to mention which file is to be accepted, whether image file should be accepted, whether a text file should be accepted. So that particular thing should be written here, image or text or anything else, right? So if you just create this one, automatically we will get a button with a name, choose file, and here we'll get no file chosen. If you click on this one, automatically it will prompt, it will ask the user to upload the file from the device, right? So this is how we can use this file upload. And the third one is buttons, and the third one in the today's session is a button. So after completing all the forms, after filling all the forms, at the end we are supposed to submit. Okay, we are supposed to click on the submit button. So that is called a buttons, right? So
Here there are around 4 types of buttons. So first one is input. Type is equal to, directly go with the submit. So automatically a button will be created, and in that button submit will be placed, right? So here also we'll be having some name will go with the button. Value, so here give the submit. And there are a few more attributes, and I will discuss all these attributes in the JavaScript, right? Now let us stop here. So this statement will just create a button name with a submit. Okay, and there is one more button called reset. So this reset button also we will be able to see in the application forms. So if there are any mistakes, so if you simply click on the reset, automatically all the fields will be cleared, right? So for that purpose we will go with this button, type is equal to reset. So initially we are giving the submit, now it's reset. And same here, the name is equal to some button, so give the name, so group all these things. So value is equal to reset. Okay, this will be placed here. And the third one is the customized button, like input type is equal to button. So we can create a button and we can give the name for that button, right? So here also go with the name is equal to some button. Okay, and once again I'm saying this name attribute is used in the cascading style sheets. If you are applying some styles to the particular content, then this name will be used. Okay, so and then value, and here you can give any value. Okay, here you can give any value. So click, so I will just give the click. Okay, so click will be created. So one button will be created, and submit will be placed at this if the first line is executed, and another button will be created, and reset will be placed at the button, and the third one is created with the customized text click. Okay, so three different buttons, and the fourth one is image button. Okay, the fourth one is image button. So input type is equal to img button, image button. Okay, so some name is equal to some button. Okay, some name is equal to some button, and value is equal to, so here we should not give the value. Okay, here you just go with the image. Okay, you just go with the image. Type is equal to image. Okay, type is equal to image, and name is equal to some button, and give the source. src is equal to, not the value, src is equal to, because we are placing a photograph or an image as a button. So if you click on that image, automatically it will be redirected. Okay, some source, so this must be source in our device. So complete source of that particular image in the device, and this will create an image here. This will create an image. Okay, so whatever the image is there, that image will be created. So, and the button will be applied for this image. So if you click on this image, something will be redirected. Okay, it will be redirected to somewhere else. Okay, so all those things will be discussing in our JavaScripting, right? So initially in this session we are learning about how to create the elements, not to redirect from one element to another element. Okay, so if you are dealing with the text boxes or checkboxes, radio buttons, text area, similarly the select, file upload, and these buttons, just these are the syntaxes to be followed while creating the form elements. So all these things, all these elements will give a particular registration form. Okay, so I will show you all these three form elements executing in the system, right? So that if you are having still any doubts, so those doubts will be clarified, right? So let's move on to the computer.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen the few more form elements like select a tag, and then the file upload tag, and buttons, how to create the buttons. Now I will show you the demonstration of all those things by executing a small program. So we'll implement that. So first I will just we have to write everything in the HTML tag. So I am including the HTML tag, and inside the HTML again we have to go with the body tag, right? So first we'll type that HTML and body. So inside the body we have to write that. Okay. So right. So first one, let us take about this select tag. So first I will give a header for the select tag, right? So select. Yeah. Now select means, as I have said, that in order to select the element or select the text in multiple lines, from the multiple lines, right? So simply we can say it as a drop down menu, or using a scroll bar we can write the selection, right? So first for that we have to go with the select tag, select, and in that each and every element should be included in the option tag. Okay. So option, let us take some interested courses. Okay, interested courses. So I will give the heading here so that you will be understanding. Okay, let us take an example for selected courses or interested courses. So one person can select more than one course, right? So we'll see that one. So option and C language. Okay, and close the option. So after writing the option, you have to close the option, and again option, second option, give the second option, C++, close the option. Next, go to the option, Java programming, and also close the option. I'm taking all these options, right? So all these text will be displayed in a single text area. See, Java program. Next, Python program. So I'm taking around five courses. Okay. .NET framework. Let us take all these things. Yeah. Now we'll close the select tag, and we'll see what will be generated, right? So first save this one. So I'm saving this one with forms1.html. So in the desktop, so I'm executing the forms. So you can observe here. See, this is a drop down. Okay, so just clicking on this one, you will get the drop down. So C language, C++, Java, Python, and .NET framework. So here by default we are not giving any size. So by default the size will be 1. So only one element is displayed here. And if you are giving some size attribute, there is a size attribute, and here if you give the size attribute, so the size of the elements will be restricted. See, you can observe I have given some size is equal to 3. So at a time the 3 elements have been displayed. The 3 elements have been displayed, and if you want to go with the remaining elements, just give the scroll bar. Click on the scroll bar, automatically it will move. So other than this size attribute, if you are not giving the size attribute, automatically it will be a drop down menu. So initially it will be displayed only one element, right? So and also there is a one option. See here you can observe. So let us take some 5. All the 5 elements will be displayed here. Okay, and at a time you can select only one option. At a time you can select only one option, and there is an attribute called multiple. If you give the multiple inside the select tag, okay, so this is the attribute for select tag. Size attribute and multiple attribute is for the select tag. So if you use this size and multiple attribute, you are able to select multiple elements. Okay, so multiple courses, you can select the multiple courses by clicking on the control button. You can select multiple courses. Okay, so in the absence of multiple, so just now I have shown that just in the absence of multiple you can select only the single one. Even though you press the control button, the multiple selections will not be performed, right? So that is the importance of multiple. That is the importance of multiple. Okay, and options. So in that option, we are having the same name attribute. So you can give the name. Okay, you can give the name, as well as there is another option called selected. So by default selection, right? So selected. If you see here, you can observe here. So in the C language, the options have selected this. I mean, I have written this selected attribute. So by default, the C language will be in the selected option. Okay, by default, the C language will be in a selected portion, right? So if you put this selected in the C++, you can observe here. See, by default, C++ will be in a selected mode, right? So this is the useful of use of this selected attribute. So in the selected tag, we are having size and multiple attributes, and in the option, we are having some name, value, and the selected attribute. Okay, so these are the optional, we can give or we may not give, no problem. Okay, so this is about the selection statement. Selection, okay, selection of multiple courses. And the second one is a file upload. File upload. So as I have said that most of the applications, when you are performing or when you are submitting the application, so we are supposed to upload some files, okay, like certificates or any photographs or any signatures. So we are supposed to upload some files to the server, right? So for this case, we have to include the file upload option. Okay, so in order to create that one, create that environment, so we have to create the file upload option. So I will give you that one. See, so I will give the heading file upload, right? So here just go with the same syntax. So input type is equal to, here give the file, here give the file, and automatically name is normal. Okay, we can give any name for the CSS purpose. And there so first I will create this one, right? File upload, and if you execute this one, you can observe here you got this one. Just a second. Yeah, so you can observe this one. So you got this one. So you can observe here a button called a choose file, and there you got a no file chosen, and from here by clicking on the choose file you can upload the file. And there is a one more and there is a one more attribute for this one, that is an accept. Okay, accept attribute. So here we can give which type of file should be accepted. Which type of file should be accepted, either it may be an image file or any text file, right? So that should be written in the accept, that should be written in the accept attribute. Okay, so if you are if you want to restrict with the upload of only the text files, so just you have to give here text. If you want to restrict with the image file, just you have to place the image in this accept attribute. Okay, and then this is all about the file upload. Okay, and then the next one is the buttons. So here I will demonstrate about the buttons. Let us give the title with the buttons. So in that there are four types of buttons, as we have seen that. So that is submit, reset, and the customizer button and the image button. So let's see one by one. So for creating a button, input type is equal to, and give the name as a submit. Okay, submit. So these two buttons we are supposed to see in the most of the application forms, right? Submit and reset. So submit name is equal to, so give the submit, give any name for the CSS purpose. So submit, and value. Okay, value also we can give. See, submit, right? So this we can close this one, and you can observe here. See, button with the place of submit, and name is submit, right? And there is a one more button called a reset. So we know that if you want to reset the values of the application form, we'll go with the reset button. Reset button. Okay, so So name is equal to reset, value is equal to some reset. So you can give any value, right? Reset. Specific types, right? So if you click this one, you will get the reset button. Okay, submit button, reset button, and the customized button. So we can give our own name. Okay, we can give our own name. So for that purpose, we'll give give input type is equal to button, and name is equal to, you can give any name. Okay, any name, and value you should be giving a name that should be displayed on the button. I will give just click me. Okay, I will just give the text as a click me. So if you observe here, so button will be created, and on the button we'll get a name as click me. So that is the importance of value. That's the importance of value. So here whatever the thing you are writing, that will be displayed on the button. Okay, and there is one more button called image button. So we can create an image and we can apply the button for that. So input type is equal to image, name is equal to, so give any name, img button or image button. Okay, so any name, and instead of giving the value, give the image source. Okay, source attribute. Source is equal to colon, and just go with the, see here I am having some images, right? Here I am having some images. So I'll give the path here. I will copy this path and I will just give the path here itself. So I'm giving the path here. Okay, and just save and execute this one. So I'll get the image. Sorry. Okay, so I have not given the image, right? Logo.jpg. I think you can observe here in the image logo.jpg, right? So I'm saving this one and I'm executing this one, so that we'll get the image. So you can observe this is the image, and the button option is applied for this image. Okay, see if you want to resize it, there is an attributes called width and height. Width is equal to some 300 and height is equal to some 300. So if you execute this one, you can get this one like this. So you can observe here, so this is a button. Okay, this is a button. Okay, you can observe this is a button. So you can apply the click operation. So there are a lot of operations like on click method is there. So in order to redirect from one page to another page after clicking on the button, so we can apply the on click also for this image button, right? So that is the purpose of this image button. So these are the few elements of forms tag. Okay, so in the previously we have seen some 4 elements like text box, radio button, checkbox, and the text area. In today's session we have seen the select button, select tag, file upload, and the buttons. So to create all these things, right? So hope you understood this one.
So what is the use of frames? What is the use of frames? So these frames will be used to divide the complete web page into different sections, so that each section we can load a separate HTML file. Okay, so let it be a web page. Okay, so this is a menu bar, right? This is a web page, and if you want to divide this web page into different sections, we'll go with this frames. If I want to divide this with two equal halves, so here I can take some top.html, so I can display one web page here and I can display another web page here, bottom.html. Okay, so that means we can divide the web page into different sections, and in each section we can load a separate HTML file. Okay, so not only the rows, we can also divide the web page into columns. See, we can divide this one, and here we can go with the left.html. Okay, and again we can divide into 3 columns here. Okay, so here we can write some bottom left.html, and this is a center.html, Okay, so like this we can upload multiple web pages in a single browser, so that for that purpose we will create a frames. See, now we'll see the syntax and I will show the demonstration on the system, right? So first let us go with the syntax. So in order to create different rows and columns, so there are two tags. Okay, so first one is frame set tag. So by using the frame set tag, we can divide the web page into either rows or columns. Okay, inside the frame set, we have to write the individual web pages to be loaded in the particular frames. All right. So first we will see the frame set. So frame set, we are having an attributes called rows or columns. Okay, if you want to divide the complete web page into rows, we have to go with the rows. So rows is equal to, give the percentage, so how many number of divisions you need and each division in with which percentage, that should be mentioned here, the percentage of the sections. So whatever the number of sections it may be 3 or a 4 or a 5 or a 10, whatever it may be, just we have to represent in a percentage, how much percentage it should be divided. For example, I'll go with the 50% and comma 50%. So that implies the complete web page will be divided into two equal halves in a row wise. Okay, so that means, so this will be given like this. So if this is the web page, this is the web page, okay, and it will be divided into two equal halves. So this is the 50% and this is the 50%. 50% of the web page and 50% of the web page. And now we have to write which page should be loaded in this frame and in this frame. Okay, these are called frames. So these are called frames, right? So now we have done the frame set. Now we have to load the HTML page to the frame. For that we have to go with the one more tag called frame, and in that frame we have to give the src, that means source. We have to give the source. Source is equal to which HTML page should be loaded here. So give the location of that HTML. Okay, give the location of the HTML page. Location of HTML page to be loaded. Okay, and followed by name. So we can also give some name here. Okay, any name. And this name will be used in hyperlinks. Whenever we are using the hyperlinks, and if you click on that particular hyperlink, so in which place, in which frame destination or the HTML page should be loaded, that depends upon this name. So we can give this name in hyperlinks. Okay, so I will show in the next session. We'll take one example and we'll create a different web page, okay, with a number of rows and columns, and we'll take some menu and all these things we'll implement in the next session. Now we'll see a normal frame set and dividing it into frames, right? See, name is equal to, so give the name, whatever the name it may be, you can give anything, F1, okay, frame 1. And second frame, so here we have divided into two frames, so we have to write the two sources. Okay, so always remember the first source will be of the first argument and the second frame will be of the second argument. So frame src is equal to, again the same, location of the HTML page, name is equal to some f2, frame 2, okay, and close the frame set, so automatically this will be created, this type of web page will be created. Okay, and now we'll check. See, I will explain you, no problem. Now if I go with the columns, okay, COLS, instead of rows I have taken the columns. If it is a columns, what we'll get, the complete web page will be divided into columns, okay, into columns. So this is the 50% and this is the 50% and this is the frame 1, this is the frame 2.
Okay, like this it will be divided. And even this one, okay, this is the output for this one, right? And if I want to get like this, or simply I will do this. Okay, here again this frame, okay, frame 2 is again divided into 50 and 50. Okay, that means 25 and 25. Okay, so again I just want this frame to be divided into 2 rows. This frame is a single frame, and this frame again I want to divide into 2 rows. Then see, the first 50 is nothing but this one, frame 1. Second 50, frame 2. So instead of writing frame source here, you just again write frame set. Again write frame set. So now I just want to divide into 2 rows. Okay, so rows is equal to again 50% comma 50%. So whatever the length of that particular frame, 50% will be divided. And now you have to write 2 HTMLs, 2 frames. Okay, 2 frames here. Frame src is equal to some location of HTML page. Okay, location of HTML page, and give the name. Okay, give the name some f21, f21. That means second frame, first frame. So in the second frame, the first frame. And again go with the second one, because here we have given 2 things. Okay, so again we go with the second frame. Frame src is equal to some location of HTML page. Sorry, name attribute, name is equal to f22. Okay, f22. Let us take that f22 and close the frame set. Close the frame set, and again close the frame set, outside frame set. Okay, so by this code we can get the division of web page in this manner. So 1 column, and in the next column we are having again 2 rows. 1 column, and again we are having 2 rows. So like this, so we should follow the order. We should follow the order. So first 50% is the first frame, second 50% is the second frame. Okay, so if we want to divide the first frame into 2 columns, go with the first frame, right? Here we have to write the frame set. Here we have to write the frame set. Not only the 2 divisions, we can also go with the 3 divisions. So if you go with the 3 divisions, see, some 20, 50 and 30. 20, 50, 30, the complete page will be divided into first 20%, next 50%, next 30%. Okay, so this is how, if it is a rows. Okay, if it is a rows, it will be divided in this way. The complete web page will be divided in this way, 20%, 50%, 30%. And again, if you want to divide this 50% into 2 columns, automatically whenever we are writing the second frame, there we have to write the frame set and divide into 3 columns or 2 columns. Columns is equal to 50, 50 or 20, 30. So whatever the percentage you need to represent on the web page, that we have to give in the this rows or columns attribute. And if you create this one, we'll get some border. Okay, if you create or if you divide the web page into different rows or columns, there will be some border. So in order to avoid that border, there is an attribute called border. Okay, there is an attribute called border. So we can give this border as 0. So automatically there will be no border for each and every frame. There will be no border for each and every frame. So don't worry, I will demonstrate all these things using the system. So I will implement these tags so that you will be understanding about this frame set, frames, and this border attribute, right? So we'll see the implementation on the system. So let's move on to the system. Yeah, hello friends. So just now we have seen regarding the frames concept. So how to divide the complete web page into different sections using the frames, and each section can be loaded with the separate HTML file, right? So we'll see the demonstration for this. We'll create one web page with different frames. Okay, so open the notepad and write down the HTML tag. So this is the first tag we have to write, and after that So don't give the body tag, because we have to write these frames in the header tag, okay, outside the body. So let us take the frame set. So frame set is used to divide the web page into different frames, okay, and then we have to write the different frames. So first we should know, so whether we want to create a row wise division or a column wise division. So first we will see the row wise division. If we want to go with the row wise division, so rows is equal to give the percentage of the frames, okay. So let it be 40%, 30%, and 70%. I have given some 30% and 70%, and after that give each frame for the 30% and 70%. See, I will give the frame for 30%. So src is a source is equal to give the HTML file, so which should be opened in that particular frame, and go with the name. So give one name to the frame, so that in future we can use this name to load the HTML file in the targeted frame, right? So I will show you that. So in the further sessions, just give the name for the each and every frame, okay. And this is all about our first frame, that is a 30%, and now we'll go with the second frame, that is of 70%, okay, that is of 70%, and name is equal to some bottom, right? And close the frame set and close the HTML tag, and save the file, and save the file by using some .html. So I will save this file frames.html. So in the folder frames, so in the folder frames I have created this frames.html. So by double clicking on that icon, we'll get the execution of that particular frames. So it will be opened in the browser. So you can observe here, so 2 frames, the complete page has been divided into 2 frames, you can observe here, right? If you don't want to show this border, okay, if you don't want to show this border, automatically we can change the border, right? So here there is an attribute called border. So border is equal to give the 0, okay, 0 pixels. So after that, just execute this one, refresh this one. So you can observe here there is no border. You can observe here there is no border, right? So like this we can use this. So here we have to create 2 more HTML files, one with the top.html, another one is the bottom.html, so that those will be displayed here, okay. Let us check. So I am creating one more HTML file with the dot. So here I am just creating HTML, and in the body I am just giving some color, okay. I will give some body background color as blue. Let us take a blue as a background color, okay. And see, if you write anything, you can write here. So I will give some heading, top frame, okay, h1. Let us close the tag, and let us close the body tag and HTML tag. So save this with the top.html, because we have given in the first frame as top.html, right? So top.html, okay. So this is a top.html. Now let us execute the same thing, and you can observe the top frame is printed here, and I think there is a bg color, okay, bg color, the attribute is a bg color, right? See, you can observe, if you refresh this one, we'll get the thing blue color with the name, okay. So we have to create one more HTML file. We have to create one more HTML file to represent in the bottom, okay. So just copy the same content. I will copy the same content, and just I will go with the, I will change this one, okay, bottom frame, and background color is equal to green. I will give green, okay. Now let us check. We refresh this one. I think we didn't save that file, right? Yeah. So save this file by using the bottom.html. Bottom.html, right? Now you can see, so top frame and the bottom frame. So we have divided into two rows, okay, two rows. And if you just want to divide into three rows, again you can just give here some 50 and again 20. What's the remaining percentage is a 20, right? So if you are giving like this, see, we have to specify the third frame because we have included the third frame. So here we have to include the third frame. So frame src is equal to footer.html, right? So that is nothing but the third frame I am giving like that, okay? So footer. So you can observe here, if you save this one and if you execute this one, we'll get a third frame. We'll get a third frame. See here you can observe the third frame, right? So we have to create a one more HTML file. Yeah, we have to create one more HTML file for the footer, right? So I will just copy the same thing, same content, and here, and I will change this one, footer frame, and this one will be some orange, okay, and save this file. Save this file with the the file name we have given as a footer.html, right? So save this file with the footer.html, and if you execute this one, you can get the footer third frame, right? Like this we can divide into n number of frames, okay? So in that we have to specify the frame set. In that frame set, if you want to give the rows, we have to go with the rows. So 3 rows will be divided with a given percentage, and for each row we have to specify the .html file which to be displayed, right? And if you want to go with the columns, just go with the columns. So automatically 3 columns will be, page will be divided into 3 columns. See, you can observe 3 columns now. The page was divided into 3 different columns. Okay, so like this we can go with this one. And again, if you want to divide this 50%, okay, so just once again I'm saying, so follow the same order in order to give the frames. So first we have given the 30% of the frame. So 30% of the frame occupies with the top.html, 50% of the frame, that is the second one. So second frame tag will be representing the second percentage, and the third frame tag represents the third percentage, right? And if you want to divide this 50% into 2 columns, again 2 columns, okay, or we'll go with the rows. Okay, and see, this is the output, and I just want to divide this bottom frame into 2 different columns, okay, 2 different columns again. So the top frame should be like this, and bottom footer frame should be like this, and the bottom frame, so I will change the bottom as a middle, okay, it would be better, middle, okay. So I will also rename the file bottom as a middle, okay, I will rename the file, right? Now we'll apply this one. So bottom.html, I will change it also, okay, we'll change the content. So instead of giving the bottom, we'll give the middle, okay, for better understanding. So see, so top frame, middle frame, and the footer frame. Now again, I just want to divide this middle frame into 2 different columns. So if I want to do that, instead of writing the frame in the second thing, again open the frame set. Okay. Just it will follow the order, right? Frame set columns is equal to, go with the 50% and again 50%. And now go with each frame, right? So frame src is equal to middle left .html and name is equal to middle left. right? And this is for the first 50%, and we have to write one more frame for the second 50%. So SRC is equal to middle, yeah, just a second, frame SRC is equal to middle right, okay, dot HTML, and give the name for this one. So I will show you the what is the importance of name in the further sessions, right? Don't worry about that. So middle right, okay. So this is the thing I have created, and now you can observe. So yeah, so here I have to close the frame set, right? So if you are not closing the frame set, it will not be implemented. So now you can observe. See, there are two more frames here. There are two more frames. So again, here also we will give the border as 0. Border is equal to 0, so that it will not be displayed. The border will not be displayed here. So 2 frames. And we have to create the 2 more HTML pages with the middle left.html and the middle right.html. See, I will go with this one. So HTML and body bg color is equal to violet, and then h1 is h1 middle left frame, okay, and h1 close the body and close the HTML, right? So just save this one. What is the name we have given? Middle left dot HTML. Middle left dot HTML. Yes. So exactly. See, if you execute this one, you can observe middle left frame. Now use the same thing for the next another page. We have to create one more page, right? See, middle right frame. This is for middle right. Middle right brown. So the color I have given is brown, okay. And now we have to save this with the middle right, because we have given like that, okay. Yeah. Now you can observe here, if you execute this one, we'll get this one, right? So like this we can divide the web page into different frames which you require, so either in row wise or a column wise, okay. So only one thing we have to remember, that is we just follow the frames, okay, the percentage of the frames. So first 30%, so that will be occupied with this top.html, and in the 50% again, in the order you can see again the frame set has been done for this 50%, and that will be divided into again 2 halves, and one for the first half middle left.html will be applied, and the second half the middle right HTML will be applied, and for the third 20% of the frame, so footer.html will be implemented. So each and every section we can implement the separate HTML. So total we have created a lot of HTML files in order to create a simple web page like this, okay. See, for all the frame set we have created one HTML file. In that we have created top HTML, so 3 divisions we have done, so 2 divisions, and again we are having a subdivision, so 2, so total 1 2 3 and a 4, so total 4 HTML files we have given. So 1 2 3 and 4 divisions, so rows and columns division, right? So this is how we can divide the web page into different sections, and once again I'm saying that in each section we can load a separate HTML file. Web page in such a way that, so let us take a web page here. So this is a web page and this is the menu bar, okay. First we will divide this page with the 3 columns, okay. First we will divide this page with the 3 columns, and then this one with the 2 columns. Here we will go with the logo, and here we will go with the header, okay. Here we will go with the header, and here we will go with the menu, menu. Okay, and here we'll go with a footer. Okay, with a footer, right? Here we'll have some links. In this place we'll have some links. Okay, some home button, okay, some courses, about, contact. Okay, like this we will create a few menus. Okay, so I will write it in a clear way. So home, about us, courses, contact. Okay, let us create all these links. So these are the hyperlinks. Okay, these are the hyperlinks. So whenever you click on this home, or whenever you click on this menu, okay, that should be displayed in this place. Okay, this is the place where we have to display the links. Display the links. So whenever you click on this link, the page should be displayed in this frame itself. Okay, so it should not redirect to the new frame. So the frame should be, I mean the web page. That means we have to create web pages for home, about us, courses, contact. So 4 web pages, and by clicking this about us web page, that should be loaded in this place itself. Okay, not in the new window or not in the new tab. So it should be displayed in this frame, right? So we'll create such a web page now, right? So let's move on to the computer. Hello friends, so now we'll demonstrate with the given example. So we'll develop the web page. So first we'll develop the sections. We'll divide the web page into sections by using a frame set and a frame. So first that we have to go with the HTML tag, so and then go with the frame set. So frame set, so in order to get that, first we have to divide into three rows, right? So 3 rows. So the first one is for the header. Let us take some 20% of the portion, and the footer will be 20%, and remaining middle will be the 60%. So let us take 20%, 60%, and 20%. And now in this frame set, first one is a header. Again, that is divided into 2 columns. Okay, that is divided into 2 columns. So I will I will tell you one by one. Okay. Yeah. See, so I'm just creating the thing. So in the desktop, we'll go with the one thing. So frames example, a folder, the name frames example. In that folder, we'll create all the web pages, right? So we need to create around 5 web pages, 5 files. Okay. So in that we are supposed to go with the header and all these things. So we'll do that. Yeah, in this frames example, we'll save this one. So this is a frame.html. Okay, so this is how we can divide it into the frame. So open the folder, and you can observe here and double click on that. We'll get the frame. So that will be executed in a web browser, as we have discussed in the previous session. Right? So you can observe there is no divisions because we didn't write any frames, right? We didn't write any frames. So go with this one and create a frame for the first one. Again, that frame should be divided into 2 columns, right? So again, go with the frame set, columns. So now it should be columns, some 30% of the portion and 70% of the portion. Okay, and in that we have to go with the frame src is equal to. So here you can go with the logo. Okay, you can go with the logo. Just we'll copy that in the logo. Let us take yeah, let us take these images and we'll just copy into here. Okay, we'll copy here, and see, you have to give the location where the image should be displayed, right? So this is the location, we can get the location here. So images logo.jpg, images logo.jpg. So go to the notepad and give the source here, slash logo.jpg. Okay, we'll adjust the width and height after visibility. Okay, after seeing the visibility in the web page. This is the first frame, and the second frame also, and also give the name for this first frame. Okay, we'll give some name. Name is equal to C1, that is column 1, right? And next one is a frame src is equal to, go with the header.html. So I have to create this header.html, and name is equal to some column 2. Okay, column 2, and close the frame set. This is the inside frame set. Okay, inside frame set. And now for the second 60%, okay, second 60%, again we have to divide into 2 columns. So frame set, so according to the given example, right? So columns is equal to the same thing. You can go with the 30% or 20%. So go with the same 30%, right? And 70%, and 70%. Sorry, 70%, right? Now you go with the frames. So in the first frame, what we have to get it? Okay, frame src is equal to, just write menu.html. Okay, we'll use the complete menu, right? And name is equal to, right? So let us take this one as left.html. Okay, sorry, left. Okay, here we are giving the name left, right? And simply we can give left frame. Okay, for just better understanding. And the next one, that is the right frame. So in this frame, src is equal to main.html. Main page should be displayed there, and I will give the name also as a main, right? And close the inner frame set. Okay, frame set for the second thing. And the third 20% is a footer. Directly we can go with the frame, because we need not divide into columns. Frame set, frame src is equal to, so here it is a footer.html. Okay, and also give the name is equal to footer, right? So close the frame set, and now you can save the file and just execute the content in the web browser. You can observe, you got it. Okay, you got it, but there is a small problem in here, and also the logo has been displayed in a large size. Okay, now we'll close it. Right, we'll adjust the width and height. Width can be some 100, and height can be some 100. Okay, let us take this one, and let us execute this one. Still, it was still around a large size. Okay, yeah. Now instead of giving this image, we'll go with the HTML. So logo.html, just load this one, logo.html. So in the logo.html, we'll create some image, right? So give the name is equal to some logo. Okay, now we'll see whether the web page has been divided into different frames. Yes, so this is the logo part, this is the header, this is the menu, and this is the main, and this is the footer. So we can reduce the menu, I think. Yeah, so reduce the menu and give it to the 80. Yeah, also we can reduce the logo also. Logo also we can reduce, right? It is not it's not required to get a large. Yes, so this is the page, and in order to remove the border, so go with the border attribute. So border is equal to, give the 0. Okay, similarly here also go with the, in every frame set just give the value as 0. Here also go with the border is equal to 0. Okay, now you can observe there will be no border for this frames. Okay, see, you can observe here. So these are the total 5 pages we have created. Okay, this is for logo.html, this is the header.html, this is menu.html, this is the main page.html, and this is the footer.html. So we need to create all these web pages. First we will go with the header, logo. So just create a one more web page. So go here, so HTML, and then give the image tag in the body. So img src. So image, for insertion of image we will go with this one. Okay, image source logo dot jpg, right, comma, width. We can restrict the width. We'll restrict the width, or simply we can check whether it fits the screen or not. So close the body and close the HTML. Save this file. Save this file as a logo.html, and now you can execute this one so that the logo should be displayed here. So again it doesn't fit to the frame, so we have to arrange the width and height, adjust the width and height. So adjust the width is equal to some 100 and height is equal to some 100, right? So now let us check whether it fits to the frame or not. Yeah, it's very small, right? So just increase the height and increase the height and increase somewhat width. So let us increase to width 200 and here let us increase with the 120. Now let us check. Just accordingly we can adjust the height and width. Okay, so you can observe. So by adjusting the height and width we can still adjust the width, right? So let us take 250 and you can observe here. You can observe here. So it fits to the screen, right? It fits to the screen. Now so we'll create one more HTML, that is a header, right? Header. So let us create one more HTML for the header. See, HTML, and in the header we need to create in the body, right? So body, just go with the text. Okay, h1, or simply go with the font size. Okay, so font size is equal to 20. Okay, and give our channel name. I am giving some channel name. Okay, and see, so I'm closing the font here because I don't want to display much font, and again I will create one more font, some size is equal to, or simply we can go with the headers, right? So h2, so an educational YouTube channel for self-learning. So we can give any header, right? So I'm just giving this header. Okay, and also I just want to give the color. Okay, body bg color. So bg color means background color is equal to, let us take some, so we can represent the color in terms of hexadecimal format. So we'll go with the hexadecimal format. So 654321. So for each color, red, green, blue, for each color we can represent in a hexadecimal. So I am just giving this one, and let us display everything in a center. Okay, everything in a center. See, center, and here I will close the center and close the body tag and close the HTML tag, and save this with the header.html because we have given the header.html, right? So header.html, and just observe the web page. You can reload the web page so that we'll get the header. So you can observe here, this is the header. So just change the color. So if the color is if you are not satisfied with the color, you again just change the color. Okay, so this is how we can go with this. And here also we can go with the color. So color is equal to some white. We'll take some white color. Okay, so this is how we can apply the font and all these things. So font color is equal to white, and for the tagline also I am giving the same font color. So again the tagline we are getting the same thing. So this is the header, so we can display the logo here itself also. And now we'll create the menu. Okay, menu.html. So go with the one more notepad and create the menu. So first start with the HTML tag and give the body tag, and now we have to create the menu with the different links, right? So for giving the link we have to go with the anchor tag, right? A h reference is equal to, okay, first one is a home.html, home.html colon, okay, and here you can observe target, so where it should be displayed. So after clicking this home, where it should be displayed, so it should be displayed in main. Okay, we have given the frame name as main, so I am giving the target as main, and close that one and give the text which to be displayed on the web page, and close the anchor tag, okay, and repeat the same for all the remaining menu items. So the next one is nothing but about.html, so target is equal to main, and here you have to give the text to be displayed on the web browser, about, and again go with the third one, that is courses. Courses.html, and here you can go with the courses, and again use the same content for the contact. So contact.html, so we can give here contact, right? So close the body tag, close the HTML tag. Okay, save this one with the menu.html. So you can refresh the web browser so that the menu will be displayed here. See, so it's not in an order position, so we can just give the order, right? So just place the break line for after every link, so that it will break 2 lines after every link. Now you can observe, so this is the, and before that also we can go with the break line so that the display will be somewhat better. Okay, and change the background. So bg color is equal to, go to the background and use the hexadecimal format. Use the hexadecimal format in order to display the color. Okay, it will be changing the color. So the same color, okay, the same color we have given, right? So hope you understood this one. And also here we can go with the font color. Let us take font color is equal to some white. Now we'll just go with this. So this is the links, okay, so these are the links, so it will be visible in a blue color, no problem. Now take the main.html, so we have to display here, right? So again create one more HTML, that is a main.html. Go with the HTML tag, go with the body tag, okay, and write down here, so font size is equal to some 20, and write down here hello guys. Welcome to our website. Right? So I'm just closing the font also and close the HTML. Right? So and also give the body color. So BG color is equal to some give any color. Okay. So 1 1 2 2 3 3. So let us check what is the page we need to give here, right? So go to the frames. So here we have given some main.html, right? So main.html. So give the name for this one as a main.html. So main.html, right? Just go. I think the name has been displayed wrong. We will see the main.html. Okay, we will save as, okay, no problem. So we will save as main.html, right? Now refresh the page, we'll get the content. So again here also give the color as a white or yellow, so it will be displayed beautifully. See, so you can observe, hello guys, welcome to our website, and all these things will be displayed on the main. Okay, and if you click on the home, automatically we need to get this one, right? So go to the menu.html, home, it's a main.html, right? So for this one it will be getting main.html. For about, we'll create one more thing for about. Okay, html body, and for about you just go with the same thing. So h1, or simply go with the thing, center font size is equal to some 10, color is equal to some white, right? Now give the here about. Okay, close the font, close the center. Okay, and here write down the content. So give the paragraph. Okay, myself, Sundeep, Saradhi, Kanthety, having a YouTube channel, and write down the content, uploading video sessions related to CSC. Okay, so I have given some text. Okay, this is about the about ourselves, and then close the body tag, and then close the HTML tag, and save it as about.html, right? Save it as about.html, about.html, right? Now let us check. So refresh this one. If you click on this about, so automatically you will get the content here, right? And again, if you click on the hello, right? Now you can observe here. So 15, and give the color. Again, give the color, which color is equal to some brown, okay, so that if you refresh it one, you will get the same thing. So if you click on about, you will get the brown. Okay, so like this we can also use the thing. So we have created a page with a menu.html that will be displayed in this frame, and whenever you are clicking on the about, automatically the content is displayed in the main page itself. Okay, if you click on home, this will be changing. So everything will else everything will not be changed, only the main.html will be changing, main frame. Okay, this is called a main frame. We have given a name as a main, right? So in that we are getting the result. So go with the one more page. So create one more page. So let us create this one. So go to the body tag, and the next one is a courses. So in order to get the courses, just go with the font size is equal to some 20. Okay, and go with the unordered list. Okay, unordered list li C programming, close the li, and one more. So that is a Java programming. So I'm listing out the content, right? Listing out the courses which we have covered in the channel, right? So for that purpose, just an example. For the example I'm giving, so Python programming, so data structures, network security, right? And let us stop here. Okay, let us stop here and close the unordered list ul, and close the body tag. Sorry, close the font tag, close the body, and close the HTML tag, and save this file by using the name called courses, course.html. Let us check whether what we have given in the menu. So it is about the courses.html. So just we have to save with the name called courses.html. So just be careful while giving the name. So cross check once and just give that. You can observe, if you click on the courses, we'll get the courses here. So whatever the thing we have covered in that, we get here, right? And the next one is a contact. So instead of contact, we will go with the footer. Okay, so create a footer.html. So HTML and body. Inside the body we have to write this. So I will align. So I will align on the left hand, right hand side. Okay, so I will align the content on the right hand side. So div align is equal to right hand side. Okay, right hand side. Now go with the font size is equal to some 15. Okay, 15. Color is equal to some black or a blue. Okay, let's take blue. And now you can create here. So contact, give the contact name, so that it will be displayed in the footer, right? So I will create the contact. See, just after creating this one, and then email, okay, and after that close the br, and then WhatsApp. So everything is in our channel art, no problem. Okay, so close the font, close the body, close the HTML. Save this file with the footer.html, so that we have given that footer.html in the menu, right? So footer.html, and you can observe here. So just refresh it, we'll get here, right? Or instead of giving the size, we can go with the header files. I think, okay, there is no problem. So header file, so h2, we'll give some h2, and here we will close the h2. So you can observe here the contact. So Sundeep, Saradhi, Kanthety, email, WhatsApp, and these are the different menu. Okay, here also we can go with the color. So body bg color is equal to some gray, some gray. You can get like this. You can get like this, right? So this is how we can use the frames concept. So we have divided the complete web page into different frames, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 frames, and also in all the 5 frames we have loaded the different HTML pages. So here we are giving some logo.html, this is the header.html, and this is the main.html, footer.html, menu.html. And coming to the menu.html, we are giving some hyperlinks, and after clicking on the hyperlink, so we should get the result, the content on main.html. So it should not be directed to the new tab. Okay. See, if I click on these courses, that should be here, and if I click on about, it should be displayed here. If I click on home, it should be displayed here. Okay, so like this we can create by using the name. So that's what I have said in the previous session, the importance of name. Okay, here with the help of a name given to the frame, we are just restricting the display of the hyperlink into particular frame. So if you go with the menu.html, you can observe, so in the anchor tag we can have given the target attribute as a main. So main is nothing but a frame. Okay, main is nothing but a name given to the frame. So go with the frames, I will show you that. So frame.html, right? So frame.html, so you can go here, you can see main. This is the main, that is 80% of the portion is given as a name main. So that's why we got it here. That's why we got it here. Okay, and footer also same thing. So we can directly, you can apply the footer this one, or you can simply click on the contact and that will be displayed on the footer. Anything is no problem, right? So like this we can create a web page with the different sections by dividing using the frame set and the frames concept, right? And see in the this anchor tag, instead of giving the target as is equal to main, if you give here new, okay, if you give here new, or simply for the courses, okay, for the courses, if you give here new, you can observe here. So if you click on the courses, a new tab will be created. Okay, and also we can go with the one more thing. So this is how we can create, and we can restrict the page should be displayed in the particular frame. Here we can give the frame name or the new or the same, so whatever it may be we can give it, right? So this is how we can implement the frames concept.